Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this planning meeting or special second planning meeting of Western Area. In fact, the second daytime meeting. Good afternoon to you all. I'm Phil Barnett, the chairman of Western Area Planning Committee. I'm assisted today by other members of the committee, which includes Anthony Amatharaj to my left, Councillor Paul Dick to my left, to my right, Councillor Nigel Foote, Councillor Tony Vickers and Councillor Howard Williston. The following officers are attending to advise and support the meeting, and I suggest the officers put their hand up when I read their names out, and then you can identify who is actually likely to be involved with the applications this afternoon. Firstly, Bob Dray, Development Manager. Deborah Instrom to my right, the Team Manager, Development Control. Emma Howard, Trainee Solicitor, to my left. Hannah Hutchinson, Trainee Solicitor. Sean Cutts, onto my right side. Isabel Ottinger. Paul Goddard, Team Leader, Highways Development Control. Thomas Radbourne, who's going to be acting clerk this afternoon, and the Zoom host is Gordon Oliver at the rear. Apologies for members of the public who are here this morning, or even members that I'm going to read out this initial statement, but obviously it's the prelude of the main part of the meeting. Before we start this afternoon's meeting, I would like to take the opportunity to remind members that we are subject to the councillor's code of conduct, which requires us to uphold certain standards, including, importantly, respect. Members across the chamber may not always agree with one another, but I would ask that in our disagreements, we endeavour to always be respectful of others' views. Today, if we hear the evacuation alarm this afternoon, we must leave the building immediately. Please proceed via a safe emergency exit route and follow the instructions given by officers, and take note where the exit routes are on each side of the building. And after exiting the building, you must follow the route to the assembly point, which is outside the Dolphin Pub, which I think many of you have probably passed on the way up to the building today. If the lockdown alarm sounds, we must remain seated and await further instructions from the officers. We will adjourn the meeting until such a time it's safe to proceed. Do members have any questions in the way that the meeting will be conducted this afternoon before I proceed? I suspect no, but obviously I can identify. Right, I'm going to ask the clerk now for apologies, because we're obviously depleted this afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman. We have apologies from Clive Hooker, Adrian Abbs and Denise Gaines.
And whereas this morning they were substituted by other members of the council, the other members unfortunately were not available to attend this afternoon. So if I can go around the table, declarations of interest.
Sorry.
None?
No, Chairman. I am the only ward member present in this room. All the applications we're hearing this afternoon are in my ward, Hungerford and Kintbury. I have not called them all in personally, but I am open to debate. I felt these were ones that needed a committee decision. Thank you, Chairman.
No, Chairman.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to announce that I'm the West Berkshire Heritage Champion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I will point out, and I suspect it's probably a similar view from other members around this table, that the ex-councillor for, I think, Kintbury at the time, he is actually the father-in-law of the applicant on Strang Hill, and some of us do know the individual concerned, but I'm just sort of identify it because I think it's fair and proper, although we've got no total association. I think that probably goes also for you, Councillor Vickers and Councillor Wilson, I suspect as well. Okay.
Chairman, I didn't think of it at the time, but you've reminded me I need probably to declare my role on this council as its representative on the North Wessex Downs Council of Partners, which I've recently been elected vice chair. So that is a material consideration possibly in 3 of the 4 applications.
Thank you. Okay, right. We're now going to move on to the main core of the meeting, which begins with item 3 in brackets 1, which refers to lands approximately 400 metres west of Dark Lane and south of Denford Lane, Upper Denford. Application number 23/01492/4. And I'm going to immediately hand over to the officer presenting this case. Okay. Isabel.
Thank you, Chairman. This planning application is for a permanent equestrian workers dwelling at 400 metres west of Dark Lane, south of Denford Lane in Upper Denford. The site has been called in by ward member, regardless of recommendation, based on the policy implications. The site is located just off Denford Lane. Dark Lane is off to the east. The proposed application is a single-storey workers' dwelling in a style similar to that seen 500 metres to the east at North Lodge. It is part of Denford Park Estate. This site is known as Denford Park Pastures East. Access to the dwelling is from the main entrance to the site. It's an established part of the main estate, comprising a number of purpose-built fields and fencing for broodmares and foals. Within the site, there is a large covered barn, known as a foaling barn, but it's really undercover shelter in bad weather. For the main part, broodmares are in the open fields. They don't come in at night, this side. Once they get to the foaling part, they transfer across to the main estate at Denford Park. Photos of the site, members will know from the site visit. You pull into the main part of the site, and then to looking east is the proposed site of the proposed dwelling. Looking west, this is where members parked. And further along, you can't see it in this photo, I'll show you in a minute. There is a footpath that runs across the far west corner of the site. The footpath was mentioned on the site visit, just to understand whether pedestrians are able to cross right through the middle of the field, which was confirmed that they can do, and this is the gate. The gate on the right, the metal gate, leads out onto the road, and the field gate that you can see, looking rather chewed at the top, is accessible for pedestrians to walk through the field. The site manager did say that people are invited, if they so wish, to walk round the field. I actually drove all the way around the site on this wide verge. I'm standing at the far end of the western part of the field, by where the footpath exits, looking across to the application site. If you can just about see in the left-hand side of the picture, there is a dead tree stump, and that's a good indication of where the proposed dwelling would be. Questions were raised about the visibility of the site. So from the nearest point on the footpath, this is the views with a backdrop of the main trees on the road boundary. Further away, this is looking from the application site to see that wider views of the dwelling from the south would be minimal. I mentioned the North Lodge. This is being under construction at the moment, and this picture is taken to give an example of the materials proposed and the scale of the lodge. This is under construction. It was approved a few years ago and has taken a while to get started. This lodge is conditioned for a security worker only. Consultees for the application. The Hungerford Town Council raised an objection to the proposal because it sits outside the settlement boundary and does not meet the rural working criteria. They mentioned that the additional clarity is also required on animal welfare versus value of stock, and that the applicant could consider alternative security measures. They had a request to call this in, and we're sitting here today. Highways commented that the access was approved in 2019. This proposal is considered to result in a small increase in vehicle movements. This was questioned on the site visit as well as to would vehicle movements increase with an added presence? And the manager was quite clear in explaining actually it would probably reduce because somebody on site is able to check the animals much more regularly without going onto the road. Highways also says that car parking is adequate on site and has requested a condition for an electric vehicle charging point. Ecology were consulted on this application, and a preliminary ecology assessment has been seen. Ecology asked for a lighting plan following the PEA. This has been provided, and Ecology are satisfied with the proposed lighting for the scheme. The tree team were also consulted. This was looked at in conjunction with the PEA. At the time of the site visit, the tree officer commented that the fence line was quite close to the existing scrub and tree line and requested that this was moved further back into the site to avoid any conflict with the trees on site. This was done and no further objections have been raised. The SUDS team were consulted and have asked that consideration be given to SUDS feature as listed. Public representations were received from 3 objectors. In summary, their comments were that a genuine equestrian related need had not been demonstrated. This should be a temporary dwelling, not permanent. There could be suitable housing available. Considered to be overdevelopment in the A and B, which is now the national landscape. That this was a 3rd application for a dwelling within the whole site. The security lodge at North Lodge had not yet been built. And this is an isolated dwelling in the countryside, visible from wider views. Also that this was the wrong siting for the dwelling and it should be close to the A4. Turning to appraisal for the site. The comments raised from the application were looked at in great detail. In policy terms, we are still looking at policy ADPP 5, the spatial strategy for the North Wessex Downs area of outstanding natural beauty. In conjunction with that, policy C5 for new dwellings in the countryside looks carefully at whether there is a proven or essential need for a building of this type. Rather than specifying equestrian, it focuses on whether it is essential for a rural enterprise. Relating to the query about temporary or permanent dwelling, this is a well-established business on the site. It's been established since approximately 2009. In answer to the query raised about justification for the site, further details were submitted, some of which have remained confidential, detailing how many horses are on the site, their approximate value, and the likelihood of the business continuing. Your officers are satisfied that this is an extremely viable business and has every promise of continuing into the future. With regards to why a housing need couldn't be met by an existing or proposed provision, each of the dwellings within Denford Park Estate have a specific purpose, and any new dwellings have been conditioned to remain specifically for their purpose. For instance, North Lodge for security for the main site. The size and design of the dwelling has been purposely built to mirror what's already at North Lodge. It's a 2-bedroom dwelling, single story, and your officers are satisfied that this is a modest structure within the site. The photos that I've put up demonstrate that, in officers' opinion, the wider views of the dwelling will be mitigated with the background of the boundary hedge. I won't go back. And for wider views looking south, the distance involved makes it quite difficult to see a single structure within the landscape. The recommendation for this application is for approval. In the update report, an amended block plan was requested and has been received. The request was for the whole site, the building, to be positioned closer to the main entrance. Let me just go back. All right, it takes a while to go back. This is in order to reduce the amount of gravel drive that was proposed and to position the dwelling. It's still not very visible from the road walking past, but in a better position to mitigate permanent materials. A gravel drive is proposed, which would remain as a permeable material. Additional conditions have been requested by the highways officer. This relates to electric charging point, the parking and turning shown on site to remain in accordance with the plans. And oh, that was the only two. Clarification within the application is on the update. In error, the agent was put down as the applicant. The applicant correct name is Denford Park Pastures East. Overall, the recommendation remains as set out in the committee report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Just for information, especially for new people that are not normally attending planning meetings, we have got a set process and protocol procedure that we follow. And the list of speakers is quite clearly laid down. And the first speaker that you've just heard is the planning officer, and it's normally then followed by the parish or town representatives, objectors, supporters, the applicant or agent in the case where it might be an agent against an applicant, and then the ward members. And each of these speakers will be given the chance to answer questions which any of the members of the committee might have after their presentation. In the case of the planning officer and also it could be the highways officer, the questions will be at the end of the process. So it now comes to the point where I call upon, and I suspect the two councillors I've got listed are Hungerford councillors, and I've got Councillor Keats and Councillor Colehurst. Is that correct? Now, each of the speakers have 5 minutes apiece, but of course, in the case of the councillors representing the council that they're coming to speak on, it's 5 minutes between. So whether you decide on 2.5 minutes each, it's your prerogative, but we will be definitely telling you after 4 minutes to give you some indication that you're coming to the end of the time allotted. Okay, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and councillors. I am Councillor Jerry Keats, representing Hungerford Town Council. Having been present at the site visit to Denford Estate regarding the proposed dwelling in the field access from Denford Lane, we are even more opposed to the construction of a house in this location. The site is virgin pasture land, and as such, a significant reason would be required to justify the building of a dwelling on this land. The dwelling would be in direct line of sight from the public footpath and will detract from the rural environment, irrespective of its design or perceived quality. Emphasis was initially on security, and this has now moved to equine welfare. Hungerford Town Council, however, are not convinced that a dwelling will enhance the welfare significantly, especially as it's so far from the birthing sheds. It was also noted that no external lighting exists at the site, and with this in mind, a good quality solar-powered CCTV system with thermal imaging would be ideally suited to monitoring welfare of horses 24/7 in the field and could be accessed by any number of staff, both day and night, remotely. Previous prioritised security was discounted at the site visit, stating animal theft was not actually a threat. It appears that the security was actually more about gates being left open, resulting in horses running loose. In terms of the gates, it would be entirely feasible to install a gate across the public footpath that restricts and contains animals, but still open to public footfall. It was noted that the owners also have made provision for walkers to avoid crossing the paddock without blocking the path. The planning officer stated that their decision to approve the application was based on supporting a thriving local business. However, Hungerford Town Council failed to see how this directly benefits the town or its residents. Finally, the move to approve this application is inconsistent with other applications that have been previously refused planning permission. We therefore move that the planning application is contrary to the protection of the rural environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm Stella Colthurst, Hungerford Town Council. What a joy we have in Denford Park Estate, totally Berkshire, with its open rolling land and home to a thriving equine business with top quality horses over 15 years. What on earth has a lodge 100, maybe 200 metres away from the mare and foaling barn, and most of the paddocks got to do with security, the original emphasis at HTC last year, or in the revised presentation, horse welfare? The applicant has rightly stepped away from security. A horse without a passport, like a work of art without provenance, not worth much. Theft isn't really a risk. Having had the privilege in adult life of riding event and dressage horses, I do get that horses have an astonishing capacity to do something daft. I know and walk the area. As the officer said, the estate very helpfully signposts walkers to take a route around the edge of the field, everyone does, but completely fairly notes that you've got a right to walk through a paddock that might have horses in it. A simple kissing gate will sort out the common or garden risk, other gate being left open. CCTV would address the horse welfare, or what I call the daft horse risk, much, much better than a dwelling. Hungerford Town Council strongly objects to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can both come back to the lectern, because it could well be there's questions from members. Right, members, questions to the two councillors. No, it looks as if you got off lightly. Okay, thanks very much.
Another chance.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, right, we move on then to Mark Pettit. Is it Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, are you both speaking? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't certain whether one would be speaking and the other one would be answering the questions.
I'm going to speak and Richard's
I
going to be
know.
here to answer questions.
Well, welcome back again, of course.
Yeah, thanks. Chairman, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Standing alongside me is Richard Evans. He's the stud manager who will be able to answer any questions you may have about the stud operations and the need for a permanent dwelling in this location. This application is recommended for approval, and obviously we fully support that recommendation. Thank you firstly for taking the time to visit the site last week. We hope you all find it really useful. Since the time of the visit, we've submitted a revised site plan which now shows the new dwelling positioned further to the south and west, bringing it away from the tree belt and allowing a mown buffer between the garden area and the existing vegetation. The length of the driveway has also been reduced. This was at the request of the planning officer. Denford Stud is an equestrian stud that's operated as part of the Denford Park estate since 2009. The stud breeds top quality racehorses which are destined for flat racing all across the world. There are 35 to 40 horses on site at any one time, and these range in value from a few £1,000s to seven figures. Denford is constantly striving to upgrade the quality of its bloodstock through sales and acquisitions, thus enabling the offspring to compete at the highest level whilst maintaining its current number of brood mares. As part of an expansion to the existing enterprise, a stock barn was constructed at Folly Dog Field in 2021, which members will have seen when they attended the site last week. They will have also seen some of the pregnant mares that are kept at the application site. As a result of this business expansion into Folly Dog Field, there is now a need for a permanent on-site presence to ensure that the 24-hour animal welfare and security requirements can be met. In the case of the proposed dwelling, this will be occupied by Max Weston, who is the Assistant Stud Manager. A justification statement prepared by the Equine Consultancy Group has been submitted as part of this application. This confirms that the keeping, breeding and rearing of horses does in principle generate a functional need for the on-site residential presence of a skilled equine worker for a stud of this scale. It also confirms that this principle has been accepted in numerous appeals in relation to not only stud farms, but also livery yards where there may be no brood mares at all. Whilst the action of foaling is an extremely critical period for the health and welfare of mare and foal, an essential functional need is also generated throughout the year in the keeping of brood mares, foals and other young stock for a number of other reasons. Horses are unpredictable. They all react differently in different situations. These situations give rise to the need for 24-hour supervision, particularly at night or out of working hours. Little things like a sudden thunderstorm can cause groups of horses to gallop through fences. Dogs can and will chase horses. This is something that can happen outside normal working hours, and a public footpath runs across part of the field. Mares can foal days or weeks earlier or later than predicted, and horses can easily become cast or stuck on their backs when stabled. There's also unpredictable injuries. Kicks and cuts happen on a regular basis when groups of horses are kept together. Fires can and do happen in stable yards. Evacuating at an early stage is essential. Someone living close to the horses who is able to see them grazing in the field from their dwelling will often be able to detect subtle behavioural changes and react quickly to an emergency situation. In this case, thoroughbred horses are highly strong animals and need more care and attention than a more hardier breed of horse. From a security point of view, it's important that there is an on-site presence, particularly as there is a public footpath that crosses the wider field where gates have to be left unlocked to allow access. Denford Stud has had 3 break-ins over recent years and security at the main site is being increased. Denford Stud's brood mares are extremely valuable and could well be considered an easy target for criminals. In this respect, the proposed dwelling has been positioned close to the existing access point, whilst being tucked behind the existing belt of vegetation.
We're now on 4 minutes.
Sure.
Just to remind you.
Thank you. So it's not readily visible from the road. This layout also allows good visibility across the paddocks, down to the barn and across to the public footpath. The house itself is modest in size and scale, being only a single storey and constructed from a traditional palliative materials. It's been designed to complement the other single storey buildings that stand at the northern and southern entrances to the main part of the estate. The house will sit discreetly in this location, making a positive contribution to the character of the area, whilst providing a much needed on-site presence. There are no technical reasons why this application should not succeed, and the applicant is happy to accept all the suggested conditions set out in the committee report. We therefore respectfully request the planning permission be granted accordingly in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. I think you said in your speech that the mayor's moved onto the land in 2021, presumably following on the discharge of any conditions associated with the previous application. My question to you, though, is if from the start this was going to be an area of the estate that was going to be used by broodmares, I think is the term, is it? Then why wasn't the need for security considered originally, and why didn't it form part of that original application rather than what we are now being presented with a fait accompli? The mares are there and we have to decide just on the house. I would have much rather been in the position to have decided on the whole package, if you like, in the original application.
I think it's a concern that's grown, the number of horses. We now run 18 broodmares. And there was a need for the extra land. And with the horses down there, I think the toing and froing from the main estate, the concern has grown. I don't restrict people to just stick to the footpath there. We do give them the use of the whole perimeter of the land. I think it's nice to stay on side with people, and sometimes people can tell you if there's a problem. But it does open the door to, say, possible malintent. And I think the concern has grown as the quality of the broodmares and the bloodstock has grown, that we do need an on-site presence.
Thank you. I have another question, but I'll let others have a go.
Okay, there's two other members at the moment. Right, Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the officer for a very clear and helpful report. Thank you, gentlemen, for your words so far. Horses are either daft or unpredictable. Those are the two words that were used. And we're told that this building is essential for the safety and welfare of horses going forward. Between now and the date, should this application be granted, that the house is built and occupied, how are you securing the safety and welfare of your horses?
Well, this is the difficulty. And so we are backwards and forwards. They're fed first thing in the morning. Maybe somebody's down there working throughout the day. But for all the time you're not on site, there's a concern, are the horses, and especially at night, are the horses okay? We've had incidents recently on the main stud, and a neighbour phoned me up in Dark Lane, some 500-600 yards away from the main stud. And she said, have you lost any horses? I said, no, not to my knowledge. She said, I've got 7 yearlings galloping around the field behind me. They'd broken through the fence, they'd circuited the estate, and they got through onto the neighbouring estate. And it was quite a concern. And we've got 3 members of staff that live on site, 2 that are off site, very difficult to call them back in. So not only retrieving the horses, but getting them back to where they belong. So for all the time we're not down there, sorry, getting back to your original point, for all the time we're not down there, there is this concern, horses breaking through fences, as Mark pointed out, thunderstorms, gunshots from neighbouring estates, stray dogs, anything. And they are highly strung animals, and it doesn't take much to set them off. And they're, you know, it wouldn't mean anything to them to take a fence on, crash through a fence, so you've got injuries. Yeah, and so just to have this on-site presence, somebody living there and working down there, that would be their base for working, just gives far more peace of mind.
Just come back, Chairman,
You
briefly.
can come back.
Yeah, you've described that scene very well and we can picture that, but you still haven't answered my question. So are you doing anything extra and special now because of this pressing need? Because if this is granted, the world doesn't change tomorrow, does it?
It doesn't, no, but it is just the backwards and forwards from the main estate. Can somebody pop down and make sure the mares are okay?
Okay.
It's very difficult. You know, there might be a member of staff working down there, but you know, it is a need to keep popping backwards and forwards.
Thank you.
Councillor Raj.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Stephen. Just a question on the alternate possible accommodation. I understand the North Lodge was destined for alternate for considered as an alternate, but it was more of a security aspect, isn't it? Would you tell us to the committee for us to clarify as an alternate for this accommodation at the site has been considered and North Lodge was considered at all? And my subsequent question is, if North Lodge has not been built, how would the security aspect of this site, including the horses and the new accommodation and the people in the new accommodation, would be taken care of? The security of this one would be taken care of.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. How would we take care of the security?
Yes, if North Lodge was the only destined place for security, then how you
North Lodge on the main estate that's
yes.
being built at the moment, yes. If that was not security?
If that was not built or not considered, how would you make sure that the security aspect of this concern, like including the welfare and the security, would be taken care of?
And we do take care of it as best as we can with CCTV on the main estate. But of course, we've had 3 break-ins recently. People can come through the woodland on the west or the east boundary, and people will find a way in, even if it's cutting down, break into a fence. So yes, other than that, I would like to think when the North Lodge is built, that answers the question, really, that we haven't had any break-ins through the south entrance because we've got the South Lodge there. And maybe that tells its own story. With the North Lodge built, yeah, I think that solves the problem. I suppose you can never fully stop people, but all you can try and do is deter them as best you can. And as the police said, they will always find a way in, but if you can slow them down.
Okay, Councillor Vickers, do you want to come back? And then Councillor Foot.
It's a different question entirely to the first, which is why I let others have a go. You talked about, well, in your presentation, I think, Mr. Pettit, you said that all the other accommodation on the estate is sort of taken count of. It all has its own occupants who are working on the estate. But did you look beyond the estate and your own ownership? I mean, after all, the southwest corner of the land where the mares are grazing is pretty close to Cottrell Close. When you were looking at your business plan for this extension onto this land, did you look at the option of finding accommodation off-site? After all, many rural businesses, because of our planning policies and the restriction, surely a house, for example, in Cottrell Place within Hungerford settlement would have been close enough to have provided the needs that you are trying to meet here, especially if you included some of the more technical measures like the cameras as has been described by the Town Council.
We didn't, because the new house needs to be within sight and sound of the brood mares and the foals. So the logical place to put the house is where we're showing it, which is close to the existing access. It's within sight of the public right of way, and it's within sight of the paddocks, and you can see the barn. So it's the most logical place to put it, and it's tucked behind existing vegetation. So in answer to your question, no, we didn't, but this is the most logical site for a house in our opinion, which is why we've shown it where we've shown it.
Okay, Councillor Foot.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, my question relates to If this were granted planning permission, will you be employing a new member of your team for this specific job, or is it a relocation from one of the existing members of the team?
Yes, we've got, well, as I say, we are keeping the business to 20 broodmares as the maximum, which means 5 to 6 members of staff. We've got housing for 3 members of staff on site at the moment. So it would be an existing member of staff. I've got 1 member of staff that travels from Lambourne and a 2nd member of staff travelling from Newbury. So it would give us the extra accommodation required, yes.
Other members at all? Any other questions? No, I think you return to your seats. No. Councillor Vickers, are you speaking as ward member, or Councillor Bennyworth? I gather you're on Zoom. Is it?
Would like to speak, Chairman. I shouldn't take the full 5 minutes. And if Councillor Bennyworth wants to add something, then
okay. If he comes back, then he can obviously take the residue of the time. He's got his hand up. We've got you, Councillor Bennyworth.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Did you hear that I'd obviously offered the lectern to Councillor Vickers, and he's responded to saying he wouldn't take his 5 minutes up. So are you wishing to speak as well?
Well, it might be pertinent, I think, Chairman, to find out whether Councillor Vickers is in favour or against this particular application. We may be taking alternate views.
Well, if you take note of what his comments and his questions to the applicant was, you might ascertain that. Okay, sorry, right. I think I've got an advice from the monitoring officer.
Sorry, it is pertinent because if they take opposing views, they get 5 minutes each.
Oh, okay, all right,
I think that's what Councillor Bennyworth was.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm going to obviously ask you to commence, Councillor Vickers, and then I was going to try and see exactly how it was going to go, Sharon, before I brought in Dennis Bennyworth. But anyway, carry on.
Just for Councillor Bennyworth, I thought I'd made it clear that I was speaking against officer's recommendation in every case today. So that should give him a clue. But I'm ready to start, and I hope to take no more than 4 minutes, but we'll see. All right, Chairman.
Away you go.
Chairman, all 4 applications this afternoon are in Hungerford and Kintbury ward, and all result from member call-in. I can't see the call-in form on the portal for this one, but I think it was one of mine. Until I went on site last week, I thought from the map that the dwelling would be skylined, and I felt it shouldn't be allowed unless there was a very good reason in the national, i.e. protected landscape of the North Wessex Down for a building in this location. I'm now fairly satisfied that it won't be prominent, although it would need to be seen in winter with leaves not on the trees to really judge that. However, I was also unconvinced that there was a need for a dwelling on site, and not comfortable that if that was the case, the applicant hadn't included the need for on-site monitoring of brood mares when the original application for a stock barn was made in 2019. The description then included the word foaling, and it would seem that all along the applicant knew that a dwelling would be needed. I suspect that the stud might have seen that it would be easier to persuade the planning authority about the dwelling when the facts on the ground had included all the paraphernalia and, of course, the precious mares themselves. Now, this isn't the valley of the racecourse, and whilst our local plan does make provision rightly for everything the racing industry needs in the upper Lambourne Valley, this is the middle Kennet Valley, and there is a need for food growing and other land uses in our countryside. Now, several local residents have emailed me anonymously expressing pretty well the same reservations as myself. And looking at the map, the southwest corner of the area which these mares graze is roughly as close to Cottrell's Close, inside the Eddington settlement boundary, and hence not open countryside in planning terms, as the foaling barn is to the proposed dwelling. So couldn't the estate acquire one of the houses there and obtain direct private access to their land that way? I find it hard to believe that from this proposed dwelling on their land, albeit conveniently next to the road access to the site, sufficient oversight of their stock couldn't be achieved from elsewhere. I've no doubt that the stud as an enterprise is financially sustainable, so a temporary consent is not appropriate. But I don't see sufficient justification for this dwelling, however much the design is in keeping with the North Lodge. Incidentally, I didn't agree with the majority of the committee at that time that another security guard house was needed there, but that's history. However, it's the history of this applicant's way of proceeding with its proposal that I'm afraid doesn't give me any great confidence in what we're being asked to approve today. So I'm hoping that we will probe this case further in the debate. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, well, before we come to questions, Councillor Bennyworth, does that put you in a position of speaking completely in the opposite direction?
I think I could claim my 5 minutes to myself.
That's what I'm trying to draw you out. Okay. In view of that, is it appropriate, Sharon, to ask individual questions of the members? Or
Yeah, I think we should ask questions of Councillor Vickers now, and then
okay,
Councillor
that's what I was going to
do his presentation and
okay.
ask questions.
Members, questions of Councillor Vickers? No? Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, Councillor Foot. Wait a minute, Councillor Vickers.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, could I ask, what's your view on the actual design of the building? Could I ask what you feel about that? Obviously, you've made it clear that I think we've both got our mics on, Tony, at the moment. Right. Thanks. You made it clear that you feel there's not a justification for building here, but could I ask you specifically about what your view is on the design of the building we're being asked to look at? Thanks.
I've got no problem with the design. It's the in principle that I've still to be persuaded on.
You can return back to the benches, Councillor Vickers. Okay. Are you ready, Councillor Bennyworth?
I am, Chairman.
Your time starts now.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd just like to begin by saying that I'm totally in agreement with my fellow ward member. Development in the countryside should be resisted unless there's good policy reasons not to. And I believe this is one of those. You've heard from the professionals why this building is needed, and who better to say than the ones in the know. Denford Stud has been a big investment in not only my ward, our ward, I should say, but in the whole of West Berkshire. It's only right that we should be supporting an industry in our district that gives a worldwide renown for breeding, training, and welfare. The equine industry is a big player in our district, and its value is often too easily overlooked. My good friends, Hungerford Town Council, said that there was no benefit to the ward and to the district. I beg to differ. There are jockeys. I've got two top jockeys that live a stone's throw, three top jockeys that live a stone's throw from me. There are trainers, feed merchants, blacksmiths, vets, transporters, not to mention the stud staff that you've heard from this afternoon, and the maintenance people who take great care over this estate. As one who works with horses, I can say that there is no alternative. There is no I can't stress this strongly enough. CCTVs just don't cut it. There's been criticism in the chamber historically of the quality of equine jobs and associated accommodation. This development, I believe, provides both. We just mentioned the design of the build, and it will be of the highest order. And anyone that's seen North Lodge, which will be completed this autumn, I believe, can be left in no doubt that this will be completed to the same high level of build. Members, this is policy compliant, and I urge you to accept officer's recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennyworth. Members, questions for Councillor Bennyworth at all? No, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, okay, sorry, Councillor Foot. No, yeah, okay.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, could I ask Councillor Bennyworth, I mean, you mentioned CCTV is no real alternative to, looking after the animals and checking they're okay. Could you elaborate just a little bit for us lay people who aren't familiar with that, why it's so critical, to have people quite so close on site? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Foot. And I'd probably have to declare an interest here. If CCTV was an alternative, I'd probably be out of a job. There is nothing that gives horse people a feeling for the job than being the presence of horses. You can see problems before they arise. You can't pick that up on a screen. You can sense issues. You can, I mean, a CCTV might not, the quality might not be sufficient enough to know if a horse is lame or is. There are thousands and thousands of examples, none of which I can think of at the moment to give you a perfect example. But there are many ways in which CCTV just doesn't cut it. And we're not talking about kids' ponies, not that they're valueless. They're much loved. These are very, very valuable horses. And as I say, that we should be hugely proud to have these horses in our district. It puts us on the map. It really does.
Thanks very much.
No other questions, members? Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennyworth.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can I just ask Paul Goddard? Is it a quick one? Because I'm just going to open up members' questions to officers. Sorry about that. I suspect most of the questions will be for Isabel, but it could well be in regarding access out onto the Mac Road. So anyway, members' questions of officers. Okay, Councillor Amsraj.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. Then Councillor Dick.
Okay, so just a question to case officer. You mentioned about the temporary nature of accommodation. I don't see, apologies if I missed it, in the full recommendation sections. I don't see any temporary restrictions if I missed. There is a occupancy restrictions. I think that's fair, but there is no mention of temporary nature. Could you please clarify that?
If the accommodation proposed is permanent, then it wouldn't be appropriate to say you shall remove it within 3 years, like a temporary permission. Therefore, the occupancy condition is put on, which stays for the duration of how long that building is standing. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Not really. I think we understand that the recommendation is for full approval for the building. Restriction is for the occupiers and the employees to occupy that, not to be sold. But where is the temporary nature? That is what I understand from the temporary nature is that after 3 years or maybe after 5 years, the structure has to be taken down. Or if the business have to be moved, like the house has to be taken down. So there is no such restriction, isn't there?
No, the restriction is the occupation, and as the site, the building itself would be tied to the business on the site.
Okay.
If the business moved or sold up, and then the whole occupancy of that dwelling would need to be looked at afresh.
Thank you.
Okay, right, Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. Back to the officer who wrote the very clear report. It's actually connected with that question. The report does make it clear that normally it would be a temporary application, but because of the business situation being advanced and safe and secure, that's why it's permanent, and understand that. I've got a technical question about that. Did you as planners decide that this business was secure and significant going into the future, or did you seek advice? Simply that. Thank you.
The assessment of the information submitted was done by officers in-house. this application was covered by two officers. I took over from a previous officer who'd already raised queries. As a result of the queries to the applicant, further information was submitted, providing more evidence and more details of the business. From that, I was satisfied, your officers are satisfied that it's going to be there for years to come.
Thank you, Chairman.
I was just looking back towards Deborah in case Deborah had anything further to add to what you've just said, Isabel.
Thank you, Chair. No, I think Isabel covered it. It's pretty much what I was going to say as well. The justification statement submitted with the application was assessed thoroughly by Isabel, myself and Simon Till. So there was a number of officers assessing it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Vickers.
Yeah, two questions, if I can roll them both into at the same time. You've heard me ask whether alternative accommodation off-site was included. Now, it's not clear what the extent of the blue line, i.e. the land that's within the ownership of the applicant is, but looking at the OS map, it looks as though these paddocks extend almost down to Cottrell Close. So was that an option? You know, shouldn't we be looking for accommodation that's within a settlement area rather than accepting straight away that a settlement in the countryside is okay because it's in the ownership of the applicant? The second question perhaps isn't totally linked, but we talked about North Lodge. Now, North Lodge only came about because a previous house for security guard was not vacated because that security guard retired and the applicant decided to allow them to stay. Now, would the similar situation perhaps happen here? I mean, I don't know what sort of person it is that's proposed to live here, but my concern is that, yes, it should be a tied house, but there seems to be exceptions to this, and I wouldn't want it to be the case here. How can we ensure that? Or is this something that you have to take when the application is submitted as a separate issue?
Deborah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Vickers. The condition that we have recommended in the report in terms of tying the occupation of the dwelling, it's to the spouse or partner, children or dependents solely or mainly employed in the equestrian operation of Folly Dog Field. So they would have to, anyone living in that would have to be employed in it's not for widow. We haven't worded it in such a way that it would allow them to continue living there once they'd retired or widowed, etc. It is purely, they have to remain in employment for the operational equestrian operation of Folly Dog Field in particular, tied in particular to Folly Dog Field.
That's an answer to one of my questions anyway. Thank you.
Do you want me to?
You say one of your questions, sorry, did you? Yeah.
The question was about, did we look at alternative accommodation off-site within the settlement area?
Yes, as part of the assessment of the application with the supporting information that came in, I looked at whether there were any sites within the vicinity. From your site visit, we were standing at the top of the site and you can see the majority of the site leading south. From the bottom of the site, I actually drove all the way around the site. It is very difficult to see the whole site.
Well, I stopped Paul Gollard from leaving the room. Is there any questions for Paul quickly? You're excused for a few minutes. No other questions, members, then? Who wishes to open the debate? Councillor Williston.
Thank you, Chairman. It seems to me that everyone who has any detailed knowledge of equine matters is quite clear this is the right solution. I know a little as I'm the member for Lambourne, but not a lot. And I just think if we're being told that there's a need for this property, which looks extremely attractive to me, can hardly be seen by anybody, we will just give it consent. So that's the way I'm thinking anyway.
Thanks. Right, Councillor Amasraj and then Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. Having no knowledge of equine, how they are managed, and I had to rely on the experts. And I tend to agree with Councillor Bennyworth's point. That is, West Berkshire District, we have a proud heritage of equine, and then the horse racing, and then this associated employment this brings, and the viability of the business has been already ascertained. What we are debating is, or what I'm hearing from the town council and the Councillor Vickers' point is that, is it in principle needed at all? I have to ask you to go back to previous applications where, if you recollect, we looked at one of the alpaca farm in, I think, Councillor Vickers' ward. We recommended approval because we looked at the viability of the business and we said that there should be a accommodation nearer to the animals. I don't see any difference in this case as well, because all the applicants are asking for is some kind of an accommodation with some restrictions that they needed to take care of the animals. I think it's convincing. So I should be supporting this one in terms of, in principle. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. We've explored, there are a few relative weaknesses. I use the word relative weaknesses in this application, and we explored those well. The one that I wasn't sure about was the welfare issue, and we haven't got a better source of evidence than the applicants themselves, but Councillor Bennyworth. So I'm completely content that this is an appropriate application, and I will be supporting it.
Okay, right. Councillor, so I think Councillor Vickers first and then Councillor Foote.
Chairman, I've been reassured by what I've heard, particularly by Councillor Bennyworth, who I know spends a lot of his time in company with horses in probably the most uncomfortable situation that a valuable horse can face. I'd love to know more about some of his experiences, but no, I know very little about horses. I am not comfortable walking through a field of horses with other people who are, because they transmit nervousness. I think people, animals sense when you're nervous, and they are large animals that can do you damage. I mean, it's not strictly a planning matter, but I would like to see a formal diversion order for the right of way. I don't think that would be a harm, but as long as people have a right to go through this this pasture land, I think there are risks to both the horses and the members of the public. I mean, it's one thing to say, please, will you go around? But there are some pretty stroppy ramblers. I know many of them. And that could be unfortunate.
Thank you. I mean, we're hearing some positive vibes coming around the table, but so far I haven't heard a firm proposal. So is somebody prepared? Okay, you're proposing the
yes, Chair,
recommendation?
I propose, recommendation to approve.
Okay. And you're seconding it, which means, Deborah, we need to start looking at any conditions and obviously, sorry, I was trying, I'm going to bring you back in, and I was conscious you wanted to speak, Councillor Foote, anyway, but it was, I'm trying to move it forward, as you can well imagine. Some of your comments, Councillor Vickers, were you hoping to see some conditions which meet with some of your views that you've already
I think particularly the lighting, any lighting associated with the security requirements should be minimal and only, absolutely necessary, because it is a very open site generally.
Okay, right. And is that acceptable?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
There is an lighting condition proposed. We've had a lighting plan received, and the condition is for the development the lighting to be carried out in accordance with the lighting plan that's been submitted with the application. And then if any further lighting, then they would need to submit details for it.
And the occupancy, what we've heard read out, seems to cover it as well. So I think I'm happy if we're going to go ahead with this, that we've got the conditions we need.
Okay, and the proposer and seconder are happy as well. I take it. Councillor Foote, was it a separate issue you wanted to raise? Or?
It's just a comment, really.
Okay. Carry on, going. Yeah, I haven't put it to the vote yet, have I?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, no, it was just to point out that often, in my experience, I mean, I've spent quite a lot of time up in Northumberland and various parts of the country in very rural areas where there are large country houses. And quite often on the driveway up to the country house, there is a gate lodge. And when I went on the site visit, I felt that the proposal for this dwelling simply looked like a gatehouse lodge, if you like, for a stately home. Also, it was really interesting to hear the views of the applicant and their industry and the welfare of the animals and the high value. And clearly that has a big employment aspect angle for our district, which I think we should support, but also the fact that they need to be on site to look after the animals. So I would agree with what my colleagues have said. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Right, we've had a proposal, we've had a seconder for the recommendation as laid out on the report. Can I have a show of hands then, please? Okay, you're right. Got the numbers. Well, thank you very much for members of the public and speakers for that application. I'll just wait for you to leave the room if you so wish, and then I can continue on for the second application. Who else is moving? Is anybody else moving forward? Okay. Okay, everybody else staying for the next application. I'll continue on. Okay, we're now moving on to item 3, brackets 2, the site of the formal Copo Hall, Skinner's Green, Emborne, Newbury, and the application is 22/02538/FUL. So I'm going to invite Deborah Instron to introduce this particular application.
Thank you, Chair.
Deborah.
I'm just trying to sort out the Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for a self-build net zero carbon dwelling. There's the improvement of 2 existing accesses and associated landscape on the site of the former Copo Hall. The application comes before committee due to a call-in by the former ward member. The application is recommended for refusals for the reasons set out in section 8 of the committee report. As noted in the committee report, a recent appeal for a similar scheme was dismissed by the Planning Inspectorate in April 2023, and that was after the submission of this application. The application before you is almost identical to the dismissed appeal scheme. The only differences being a reduction in size of the red sight line. So if I can draw your attention to the slide there, originally on the appeal scheme, the red sight line covered the whole site. So what you see as the blue line now was originally the red sight line. It has now been reduced to concentrate around just the garden area proposed. So that's been a reduction in the garden area proposed as part of the scheme. We've also received some further ecological information since the appeal to the scheme. The appeal decision is an important material consideration in the consideration of this application, and I will be referring to it in more detail later during the presentation. I'll just talk through the site now. The site is located at the junction of Skinner Green Lane and Copo Hall Lane. It's outside of any identified settlement boundary and is within the registered battlefield. The site was formerly occupied by Copo Hall and Copo Hall Cottage, but all buildings on site were demolished sometime in the 1960s. Parts of the brick boundary wall around the site still exist, as do some brick foundations that we pointed out, some of them on site that we could still see. And there's a pond as well that exists to the centre of the site, which was once part of the landscape gardens of Copo Hall. The site is now overgrown and wooded, with the exception of the area proposed for the dwelling, which has been cleared of vegetation. I take you now, we'll look through. This photo here just shows the site from the junction of Skinner's Green Lane and Copo Hall Lane. So that's looking towards the corner of the site. This photo is looking down Skinner's Green Lane towards the access, the access into the site from Skinner's Green Lane, which is at the end of the picture there. Photo here shows the two proposed, as I said earlier, there's two accesses proposed into the site. They're existing accesses, but they will be obviously, they're proposed to be widened and improved as part of the permission. The top corner there is the access from Skinner Green Lane, and in the bottom corner is the access from Copo Hall Lane, the current existing accesses. Photo here shows the remains of the brick boundary wall along Skinner Green Lane. And here's a view into the site from the Skinner Green Lane access. And as you can see, the area that we're looking at there is the cleared area where the dwelling that's proposed will be located. Turning now to the site plan, the proposed is in a cruciform plan form and is orientated on a northwest-southeast axis. As I said, access will be from the existing accesses from Copo Hall Lane and Skinner's Green Lane, with parking and turning area to the front of the dwelling. The access is, like I said earlier, proposed to be widened to allow for visibility space and safe access for vehicles. Let's click to the next slide. There we are. This is the proposal is in a contemporary form and design, and it's to be located on stilts with a paved undercroft area. So what we can see here is the paved undercroft area, and which will be located, which will make more sense in a minute when I turn to the proposed elevation. So if you see from this elevation, here is the front elevation, which would effectively be facing Copo Hall Lane. It's to be clad in charred timber boarding with a central chimney faced in flint. On this elevation, the glazed areas are going to be hidden behind hit and miss cladding to reduce the impact of the glazing. On the rear, however, the glazing is extensive. The rear elevation is facing into the woodland. Its elevation here is the elevation facing the access from Skinner's Green Lane. So as you come into the site, that's the elevation that you would, that's the elevation you would see from Skinner's Green Lane when you're looking into the site through the widened access. I'll take you quickly, and there's 3D visualization of the front elevation. As you can see there, it's large contemporary box-like form on stilts, and you can see the timber hit and miss cladding over the windows to the front there, and again to the rear with the glazed area facing towards the woods. No comments were received from Emborne Parish Council, and apart from ecology, we haven't received any objections from any other internal consultees. A number of representations have been received from both objectors and supporters, and a summary of their comments can be found in the committee report. Members will see from the report that the main issues for consideration are the principle of the development, the impact on the character and appearance of the area, and the effect of the proposal on ecology. In looking at these issues, I will make specific reference to the appeal inspector's decision. Turning firstly to the principle of development, policy CES1 places a presumption against new residential development outside of settlement boundaries unless the proposal falls within one of the exceptions set out in the policy. Officers, as well as the planning inspector, consider that this proposal does not fall under one of those exceptions listed, as it is not considered limited infill. And taken a piece from the appeal decision here in which the inspector, looking at this scheme, almost identical scheme, looked at the pattern of development in the area and determined it to be a loose-knit pattern of development rather than close-knit, and that physically the appeal site sits apart rather than being separated from the other dwellings. It's separated by roads and fields and countrysides. So he concluded that the visual links between the proposed dwelling and the existing dwellings in the area would be limited. He went on to conclude that it would not be commensurate with the other dwellings locally and would not form part of the built-up frontage. So therefore, he concluded that it would not constitute limited infill development, which your officer concurs with. Now turning to the proposal's design and its impact on the character of the area. Paragraph 84 of the MPPF permits isolated homes in the countryside in limited circumstances, and one such circumstance is whereby the dwelling is of truly outstanding design standards reflecting the highest standards of architecture, and where it would significantly enhance its immediate setting and be sensitive to the defining characteristics of the local area. It is recognised that the applicant has put a lot of thought into and consideration the design of the proposal. However, the planning inspector concluded that there would be harm to the character of the area as a result of its block-like form and raised position on stilts. And turning to the appeal decision, just pointing out some of the conclusions drawn by the appeal inspector, he found that its large rectangular block-like form, together with its raised position, would harmfully contrast with the soft, unbuilt and rural nature of the site and its surroundings. He talks about the extensive glazing to the rear, together with the proposed balconies on several sides of the building, meaning that it would have a residential appearance. He also talked about the widened accesses that were proposed, together with the reused driveways, cars and other paraphernalia associated with the proposal, which would add to its domestic effects, and concluding that that it would detract from the current rural and largely undeveloped appearance of the site. In terms of the inspector did consider the proposal under the paragraph 84 of the MPPF. However, he gave it little substantive evidence had been provided to demonstrate that the design of the proposal would be of exceptional quality or truly outstanding to justify an exception to the council's spatial strategy. That's because of the findings that I outlined earlier in terms of it not being sensitive to the character of the local area. And so he concluded there that the proposal would conflict with the framework, including paragraphs 80. He refers to paragraph 80, it's now 84. It's the same text, it's just there's been a change to the MPPF. So paragraph 80 there is paragraph 84 now. Finally, turning to issues regarding ecology, the ecological officer finds that the site to be a deciduous woodland priority habitat, which is a habitat of principal importance. Following further ecological information submitted by the applicant, the ecological officer maintains their objection to the proposal due to the fact it will result in partial loss of the woodland habitat, plus associated damage and disturbance during construction and during operation, and also during the residential use of the land. Having taken account all of the relevant policy considerations and material considerations referred to in the report, including the planning inspector's report It is considered that, having regard to the clear reasons to object to the proposal, the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out in the committee report. Just turn members' attention to the update report. We received a further letter of objection in the update report, setting out very similar reasons to those set out in the committee report and those set out in the inspector's decision noticed. There's also in the update report, the archaeological officer raised no objections and requiring a condition for archaeological work on the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deborah. We've got no parish council and no objectors registered to speak, so we've got a supporter, Peter Wilding. Peter Wilding, present. You've got your 5 minutes at the lectern when you're ready, Peter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, councillors and others, some of whom I recognise as being visitors to our site last week for the first time. I speak as a representative of the residents from the 8 barns at Skinners Green and also on behalf of the 4 Skinners Green cottages nearby. We are all close neighbours to the Copo Hall site and share a mutual passion for our environment. You're quite used to hearing negative views about planning applications, but having discussed its application between ourselves, I am delighted that we are all in full support of this, and we want this to happen. We anticipate that planning is a community-led exercise, so we hope to be viewed as part of material consideration in this decision process. This is truly a rare opportunity to rejuvenate the site whilst including the provision of a new, highly sustainable dwelling, one that surely appears to be a role model in ecological design. Despite being located away from the main built-up area of Wash Common, we are close enough to walk along Copo Hall Lane to enjoy the local facilities, including buses, shops, recreational park, pubs, schools, rugby and cricket clubs. Happily, this area is part of the popular Berkshire recreational route and is appreciated by us all, including dog walkers, runners and cyclists. We have supported the application since it was submitted over 2 years ago. We are excited by the proposal and feel reassured that the applicant will revitalise the site with this interesting and well-designed building. The use of low-impact stilt foundations will ensure minimal damage and disruption to tree roots and surrounding ground. This application clearly demonstrates that the applicant's intent to achieve the highest design standards of architecture, whilst being particularly sympathetic to the environment. Until the 1960s, a large dwelling, stabling and residential gardens were on this site for hundreds of years and believed to predate the First Battle of Newbury, 1643, I hope. The site is now derelict and the building is mostly buried ruins. The boundary wall still remains, but requires attention to prevent it from falling into the lane. We would prefer that the site returns to its former residential state and that sentiment is supported in heritage reports. We agree with the landscape report conclusions that the proposal would provide a benefit to the character and appearance of the area, regenerating the woodland and encouraging new wildlife into the site. The House, supported by specialist reports, demonstrates that this is a well-considered proposal and should be judged on its own individual merits. It is proposed to be located within a clearing so as to have minimal impact on the site and environment. The proposed new planting landscaping design should reinforce the existing woodland. The house layout makes best use of the previous vehicle accesses. The selection of materials, particularly the charred timber cladding, is thoughtful and purposeful, as the wood will continue to stay the same colour and blend within the shadows of the surrounding trees. Lastly, we have and an ongoing concern in relation to the antisocial behaviour and fly tipping on this site, which was causing social and environmental harm.
You've got 1 more minute.
The state of the site currently tidied by the applicant might be in clear danger of returning to this situation if the application is unable to proceed. In conclusion, we respectfully encourage the committee to consider a positive approval for this application. In an era of meeting climate change targets and environmental goals, we are confident it will become the right decision for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Right, questions to the supporter? Okay, Councillor Amaraj.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. Thank you for your passionate comments. I recognize seeing you in the site with other residents who have been supporting it. It's quite unusual where so many supporters turn up at the site meeting. So I'll just be quick. The inspectors commented that in their decision that this proposal would harm the character and appearance of the area. And your speech seems to suggest that it would benefit the character of the area. It's a complete contrast. Can you give us some benefits of this proposal?
I live in what was once a cow shed. My wife will hit me. It's the milking parlour. The site we live in, there's 8 converted barns and a farmhouse. Those were flattened. Those were almost non-existent. My oldest son used to play in what was left of the buildings as a play site many years ago. If you ever visit the Skinner's Green Barns, you'll see what a delight it is. It's a wonderful place. And we feel that the local site, everybody has been spending quite a bit of time improving their own places. The cottages have had extensions. We've had extensions. And the eyesore that we have really is at the end of Copo Hall Lane. It's an absolute nightmare. It should have had something done to it back in the 60s, 70s. But unfortunately, as life goes on and as nature takes over all these sorts of disused sites, you can't stop these wretched trees growing. They self-seed, they do all the stuff. We're all used to that and we may have it in our own gardens, I don't know. But it's just what we want to see. It is unusual. Somebody said this is unusual. This is really unusual. Normally there's a few people enthusiastic and there's usually a few people that are really, oh no, not in my backyard. We have no NIMBYs here on this subject at all. It is really quite interesting. And Christy and I my wife and I, we've been around, we've been to see the cottages, we've spoken to the people there. You've had quite a number of submissions from them in favour. I don't think you've had one submission from the Skinner's Green people who are nearest to this site that are not in favour. So please have a rethink on this one.
Other questions? Okay, no, you're relieved. Okay.
Thank you for that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the applicant and the agent, and we've also got ecology consultant as well. So is Giles Sutton, Steve Woodward and Richard Rounty all going to speak, or is one of you going to speak and the other two going to stand ready for questions? Shout when you're ready and we'll put the stopcock on.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've been asked by Mr Woodward here to advise on the site ecology. I first became involved with this application last October when I reviewed the council's ecologist comments and tried to work positively with him to address them. He was not forthcoming, and instead of working to maximise the ecological benefits of the scheme, he made little attempt to engage. So it's my understanding that none of the 3 council ecologists that have worked on this application so far have visited the site despite numerous requests for them to do so. No detailed consideration of our comments have been provided. The council ecologist claims that the woodland is a priority habitat. It is not. The woodland does not fit the description of priority habitat, and this is particularly true of the area where the new house is proposed. Instead, the woodland is developed from the garden of Copo Hall, and this is evidenced by its structural and species diversity. The woodland is shown on Natural England Priority Habitat Inventory, but the inventory is not accurate, and never has been, and the application site is simply not a priority habitat. The inventory shows where, from mainly aerial photographs, Natural England and the Forestry Commission think such habitats might be. Only 1.5% of the 1.3 million hectares of land on the inventory have ever been visited by the Forestry Commission since 2009. Put simply, just because an area is shown on this inventory, it does not mean that it is that habitat. And I can provide numerous examples of that in my recent submission to the council. The officer's report states that the current pre-development biodiversity value of the woodland has been significantly underestimated. It is not clear why they have written this and have provided no evidence to support their statement. We have carried out a detailed botanical and habitat condition assessments of the site using nationally recognised and objective methodologies. These show that the woodland is not a priority habitat and it is in poor condition. There is no recognisable woodland ground flora. Communities, non-native species are present and encroaching further, including knotweed, laurel, snowberry and periwinkle, all of which are a detriment to biodiversity. Many of the trees are failing and ash dieback and Dutch elm disease are prevalent throughout. Using condition assessments given in the statutory biodiversity metric and any objective assessment, the woodland is in poor condition and is declining further. This development provides an opportunity to enhance the woodland to ensure its longevity. The pond will be enhanced. The proposals will result in a net gain in biodiversity of 1.6 habitat units using the statutory metric, or 39% above the baseline level. Left unmanaged, the woodland will fall into further decline. The non-native species will take over. The ash will die. It will become a scrappy piece of neglected woodland with little biodiversity value, as unfortunately many of our small woodlands are. A lack of woodland management being the major cause of woodland decline in the UK. So in summary then, this development provides an opportunity to enhance a neglected non-priority habitat woodland that would otherwise fall into a state of decay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Richard Roundtree, project architect and agent. Good afternoon, Chairman and councillors. Following the appeal decision, the dismissal was fully considered and responded to during this application. The appeal gave positive weight in favour of biodiversity strategy, and this has been further improved, so there is now a 39% enhancement. That was paragraph 25. A landscape addendum was also provided by an expert landscape architect, which responds to the appeal decision as well. The landscape assessment and addendum both confirm the proposal will benefit the character and appearance of the setting. This should fundamentally change the narrative and balance of the proposal, with expert analysis and detailed reports confirming the proposal provides both benefits to ecology and the character and appearance of the setting. There are mechanisms which would enable development to satisfy policy. Policy C1, paragraph 4.17 confirms in special circumstances, a new home with truly outstanding design standards.
You've got 1 minute left at the 5. Okay.
Thank you very much. Can be considered on individual merits. Furthermore, the supporting text of the policy mainly focuses on protecting the character and appearance of the setting and supporting rural communities. We have demonstrated this is being achieved. Also, referencing the MPPF, paragraph 84B, the optimal viable use of a heritage asset is an exemption clause which would also support rural housing. The Heritage Report concludes the proposal will benefit the registered battlefield significance by reinstating a single large residence on the former Copo Hall site, and the reinstatement of the original entrances to Copo Hall is beneficial to the significance of Skinner's Green Farm by re-establishing the 19th century form of Skinner's Green Lane. The report's findings were agreed by Historic England and in the Appeal Inspectorate, paragraph 28. This is a unique, community-led, highly sustainable application which aims to enhance the site to its full potential. As set out, there are mechanisms to consider the proposal satisfies planning policy.
Can you conclude, please? You're coming up to the 5 minutes.
One sentence. The application is supported by numerous experts' reports confirming benefits to ecology, heritage, landscape character, arboriculture, and produces a high-quality net zero carbon self-built dwelling which will improve the character, appearance, and the setting. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, Councillor Vickers.
Just one question. I'm not sure I heard clearly what the Mr. Giles, is it? Mr. Sutton, sorry, Giles Sutton said. You saying that you believe that no ecology officer from the council has visited the site?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes. So,
and that it hasn't been inspected by any expert from the Forestry Commission or any other agency to justify its status as a priority woodland habitat.
So I think you need to kind of say, so it doesn't have a status of a priority. So it isn't to be a priority habitat. It has to fit that description, and this woodland does not fit that description.
Well, how would you explain the report stating that it is what? I haven't got the words in front of me. Some sort of a priority woodland habitat.
So which report says that?
The officer's report, which of course we have to pay.
So my understanding of that they have based that entirely on it being listed with on Natural England's
on the map.
On the map, and
okay,
as we often know about maps, they are incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yeah, Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. Slightly tangential question, but how can a government inspector be so wrong? Discuss.
Well, I suppose there is a lot of subjective opinion when you come to matters, particularly of design. So, I mean, as we know, one person like, one person completely doesn't like. And yeah, we find that many times when we put into appeal. I mean, I think there was a couple of things that weren't particularly raised. I mean, in terms of the obviously benefit to biodiversity and benefit to heritage. Obviously, I mentioned those 2 points. In relation to the character and appearance of the setting, I believe he didn't follow particular guidance which the landscape architect follows. I think there is specific guidance, whereas the appeal inspector more gave his opinion on the situation. I think he was also explaining about, I mean, in the addendum, it does explain in more detail, but he was kind of misrepresenting the topography of the site. And I think what the message that was trying to be put forward by the landscape architect, in that he wasn't saying that you can't completely not see the dwelling from absolutely every angle, but it was mostly disguised. And then where there was a restricted view from Skinner's Green Farm, I think he offset that with saying with the additional planting and landscaping and woodland management schemes would provide an overall benefit. So I mean, it's the appeal inspector isn't a landscape architect. He's not specialised in that, but he is obviously specialised in planning. So I mean, you obviously have to make your judgment who you prefer to believe on that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That was helpful. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Vickers. Councillor Foot first.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a very quick question, and I think I know what the answer is going to be. With the undercroft parking, the hard standing that the vehicle is going to be on, presumably that's fully permeable, and there will be suitable, sustainable drainage with that. Thanks.
Yeah, so we've had a drainage engineer involved. It's a completely permeable surface. We only require hard standing 5 meters back from the highways. That has been accepted by highways, so it's there's very minimal disturbance. In the arboricultural report, we're going to propose a cell web cellular confinement system. It's a no-dig system, so that protects all the tree roots as well. Yeah, there's doing soak-away testing on site. That does work, and that has been put in as well. There's also a ditch on the opposite side of Skinner's Green where the package treatment plant can discharge to as well. So that's all fully considered. Thank you.
Councillor Vickers again.
Just a quick one, which I've thought of. I meant to ask. You've shown 2 accesses on the site, which is what the original Copo Hall had. But I am concerned that Copo Hall Lane itself is very narrow and not very good visibility when compared with Skinner's Green. And I don't see the need for 2 accesses personally, not vehicular accesses. So would there be any objection if we asked you to not have a second vehicle access and that was just for pedestrians and cycling up the hill there?
I'll probably ask the applicant as well if he's happy. I don't see a problem at all with that at all. Copo Hall Lane's better for access by foot to what's common. It makes much more perfect sense. The visibility displays and access on Skinner's Greens was a lot easier in the transfer, so I haven't got a problem with that.
Thanks.
I think the questions have been exhausted. Thanks very much, and return to your seats. Okay, Councillor Vickers, are you exercising your right as a ward member?
Yes.
Is
Do we want to say about
Is Councillor Bennyworth still on Zoom?
No, he's not.
He's not. Okay.
Chairman, he did tell me it was only the first and the last that he wished to have a chance to speak at.
Ready when you are, I think.
Chairman, the member call-in was by Claire Rolls and James Cole during the local election campaign of November 2022, but I knew the site well already as one of the members for Wash Common, and I told them then that I agreed with their decision to call it in. And Councillor Bennyworth also agrees, and Councillor Gain has no strong views, despite now having taken over from me as a planning portfolio holder. So it's difficult to argue against an independent inspector's decision when the matter before us is virtually identical to what he dismissed at appeal. However, that's what I'm now going to do. Much of the reasoning, as we've heard in the previous decision, is under delegated powers by our officers and checked by an inspector, but it's subjective. These matters are subjective, as we've heard. There's nothing black and white about housing in what in planning terms is open countryside. And I will argue that both the NPEF and our local policies in the 2012 core strategy and later housing sites allocation development plan document, HSA DPD, do leave us scope to approve this proposal if we frame the reasoning very carefully. Firstly, this is a brownfield site as defined in the NPPF. You, Chairman, told me you remember there clearly having been a dwelling on this site when you were growing up in Wash Common. It may have been demolished shortly before or soon after that, say some 80 years ago, but we saw on our site visit that there is still significant physical evidence of it. The glossary in the NPPF points from the entry for a brownfield site to its definition of previously developed land, which is said to be any land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure. There's no date mentioned as to, when the latest time was when that structure was there, but it does exclude structures for agricultural and forestry purposes, and also land where the remains of the structure have blended into the landscape. Well, those don't apply to this particular site. And the NPPF also says that great weight should be given to building on brownfield land, and our policy ADPP1 says that's where most development should go. Now, no layperson would say the site is open countryside. It's the middle of a small wood, barely visible from outside the private curtilage. Nor is it really in an unsustainable location removed from any local facilities. We've heard from nearby residents that they regularly go up to the town and the shops at Wash Common and other facilities. In fact, it's closer to those facilities than some parts of the settlement at the south end of Wash Common. It's reached, moreover, mainly by a quiet lane, which is far more pleasant to walk and cycle up and down than Andover Road is. And I would say it is adjacent to the new resettlement, which is a factor we should give weight to. I suggest to you that in a mere 18 years, being reliant on private motor vehicle won't imply a huge cost in terms of carbon footprint once the electric powered vehicle has been made. And yet the officer's report claims that it will be a weight against this development. We're in a climate emergency, fellow councillors, and we need to take that very seriously. I believe approval of this would not be harming that part of the environmental sustainability that the NPPF requires. Similarly with the ecological impact, we've heard from an expert, and my experience having been on the site, trespassing probably, but seen that it's not in a good state, and I'm no ecologist, but many private gardens have a greater biodiversity and ecological value, positive value, than either the prairie land of the protected landscape, or any other local woodlands that are poorly managed, as the applicant's advisor has said. But the thing that stands out to me is that nobody except our planning officer objects. So absolutely nobody. 6 out of the 7 comments registered from residents are in support, and you've heard most excellent and passionate plea for us to support this application. The only change I would like us to see is that we should remove the vehicular access off Copo Hall Lane. So members, I ask you to consider whether this committee, us newly elected representatives of the people, should take back control of our planning policy and frame the decision in such a way that we could grant this planning application for what will be a fine 21st century example of sustainable development in the countryside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions of Councillor Vickers? You're right, Councillor Amsraj.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just a rhetorical question, Councillor, because NPPF paragraph we've been referring to condition E says it should be a truly outstanding high standards in architecture. I'm sure you're not an architect by yourself, you're a planning expert. Would you, as a councillor or looking at the site and then the design, would you concur with that condition description?
Well, put it this way, NPPF 84 says we have to, such an outstanding design must help raise the standards of design more generally. Well, I would say it does raise the standards of design in this district. I've never seen a building quite like this. We have far too few buildings by commercial developers that go anywhere near zero carbon. And yet this is a building that I think goes beyond what our policies demand, and it's something we should actually cherish when we get applications like this.
No other questions? Okay, Councillor Vickers, you can return to your seat. And we then move on to questions to the planning officer and to yourself as the highways officer or members. Right, okay, Councillor Dick first.
Thank you, Chairman. To the officer, and again, a well-written report, thank you. This House's contribution to net zero seems to be in dispute. There are claims and counterclaims. So let's turn it the other way around. If you were told this is going to be approved, how do we get over the shortfall that you see in the House's contribution to net zero? Is that something you can help me with?
Right, okay, Deborah, sorry.
Being polite, I know you're not used to that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, it is, we're not disputing, there are claims within the report that aren't fully substantiated, and we can condition accordingly to ensure certain levels are met in terms of the technologies that are used, the renewables that are used. But I think I just need to point out that, refer again to the appeal inspector's decision in that that was considered by the appeal inspector, but he felt that the technologies that were being proposed weren't particularly groundbreaking and were no more than what would normally be expected in new dwellings now under building regs.
Thank you, Chairman.
Are you happy with that answer?
No.
Well,
it's not really.
I was looking at your facial expression.
Yeah, thank you. Not really. Go back to it again. So are you saying that there are claims for which there is no evidence? Or are you saying that? What are you? My question was, how could the House, some of the aspects of the House, be improved to raise the bar there? And I'm not sure if you're saying, well, maybe it could be, but we just don't know. But you also said you could put conditions together which would secure.
Yeah, no, sorry, I should have made that clearer. The technologies that they are proposing, we could ensure via condition that they achieve net zero. That is something we can.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful.
Councillor Foot.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, could I ask the officer, in view of the fact that the planning inspector has been involved in a previous application that is in many respects very, very similar to the one we're discussing today, if we were minded to approve this application, bearing in mind the fact that the inspector has rejected it, could you clarify to the committee where that puts us. You know, for example, are we jeopardised in any way because of that previous ruling? Thanks.
I think probably this is an opportunity for you to give the answer which we were going to be talking about in the debate. So I'll ask Deborah to probably clarify that point and then move on to where we could be after we made a decision.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, there's clearly strong policy reasons to object to this application. And plus we have the appeal decision. If members were minded to take a different stance to the inspector, then without any additional new evidence that have been put forward, because we don't have any new material, there's been no material change in circumstance, apart from a landscape rebuttal that's been submitted, we would be looking to refer it to district, because it's a strong officer recommendation for refusal, and because it's clearly against our strategic policies within the development plan and also against the inspector's reasoning. However, the inspector does talk about the design, and he does mention within his decision that no substantive evidence has been put forward within the submission to demonstrate its exceptional quality. And such, what we would normally expect, and the inspector refers to it, is for an independent design review panel to have assessed the scheme. So I think if members were minded to approve it, that may be something they might like to consider, that it could.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Vickers.
Yeah,
I think.
following on from that, I mean, I've seen in the report, and I think in the next report, reference to independent design. I've not heard us of this body. Could you tell us more about what it's consisted of and under what circumstances you use it?
Thank you, Chair. The independent design review panels, they are set up across the country, and there's one for the South East. So there's a South East independent design review panel. Applicants can take submissions, and it's usually submissions such as paragraph 84 houses, of exceptional. These are typically applications that would go to a design review panel. And the review panel, people who sit on the review panel, it consists of architects, landscape architects, ecologists. It consists of a broad range of specialists who are presented with the scheme and then provide a response on the architectural merits of the scheme. And I think the inspector referred to the fact that this one hadn't been to such a panel.
I mean, is that something we should carry weight to? Because I wasn't aware of it ever being mentioned in our planning policy documentation. I mean, it sounds like a good idea, although I would say that regional is hardly local. There are so many different characteristics, vernaculars, whatever. I think that, in my mind, severely limits its value to us here in West Berkshire. I sort of thought we were talking about something that was at the very, possibly sub-regional Thames Valley. But anyway, if you could answer my question as to why are we, I think we're all unaware of this, and I've been on planning committee for 20 years, during which times we've actually dropped the regular visits we used to have, and we used to have for a few years, a scheme where we would actually award some sort of award, didn't we, Mr. Dre, for quality of design. But that was regarded as too expensive to provide a secretariat to. I think it was a retired local architect that had that idea.
The independent review panels have been around for some time now. They're not a policy requirement, which is why it's not in the development plan, and it's not a statutory requirement, and it's not a policy requirement to take an application to design review panel. But it's very, very strongly recommended that applicants do when they're putting forward, particularly houses of exceptional, paragraph 84 houses of exceptional quality. And just turning again to the point about the South East panel, whilst it's the South East review panel, the members sit on it will be in accordance to the area that they're looking at. So there is some local knowledge that would be input into those panels.
So Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. There seems to be some difference of opinion over the biodiversity issue. And a claim that our biodiversity officer did not go to the site. Can we get to the bottom of that, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I'm unable to confirm because the ecologist, the original ecologist on this application, because it has been with us some time now, has left the authority, and our new ecologist has looked at this scheme, but unfortunately he was unable to attend this evening, so I can't confirm whether or not he's been on site.
Thank you.
Other further questions?
Yeah, Chairman, sorry, I think we're kind of dancing around this a little bit. So the question was, well, design experts. We've heard from some design experts. People are going to be looking at this design every day of their lives, really like it. So I thought that was interesting. But more importantly, should this group decide against the recommendation of an inspector, is the council in jeopardy? That was the question.
I think that's an interesting question for officers, actually, Councillor Dick. Yeah.
Thank you.
Obviously, if councillors were minded to go against officer recommendation on this, when there's a clear appeal decision on the matter, then it is open potentially for review, for challenge by third parties. So whether.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions? Well, I know
you said it's been said to us, Chairman, that there will be a reference up. Were we minded to approve the application? What further documentation would the applicants be required to provide? So are we talking about an imminent district committee, or would the applicant have to go away and produce some further documentation, or is it up to them if they wish to, have the district committee judge it on the basis that we've seen it?
Thank you, Chair. It would be up to the applicant whether they decide whether they took the scheme to an independent design review panel. I think my recommendation would be to allow them time to do that, and we would consider the comments from that review panel, because the NPPF makes it clear that it is a material consideration. So the review panel's findings, design review panel's findings, will be a material consideration. So we would then look at that, and I mean, it may be that, it may be sufficient to overcome concerns.
Might not even go to.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, it all depends on. I mean, it's a strong recommendation at the moment, but I mean, my recommendation would be to give the applicants the opportunity to take it to a design review panel in the interim period.
Are there any comments, members? I'm conscious that Paul Goddard sat in the background and nobody's asked him any questions. So I was just going to make a comment and well, at least ask your views, Paul. A comment was made regarding the entrance halfway, well, partially up Copo Hill, and the suggestion was being made in relationship to pedestrians and cyclists only. Would you see that as an advantage?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it would be an advantage, but my advice would be that members need to assess the planning application that's currently before you, which has both accesses for all modes of transport, including vehicles. And with the planning application, both accesses comply to all our standards with regards to sightlines. They've done speed surveys fronting both accesses to ascertain the required sightlines, and for both accesses, the sightlines comply to our standards and the width of the access complies to our standards. But if they were to come in and only have one access, I'd have no objection to that either. If they were to submit a further planning application. But my advice has to be, for now, well, it's a good idea. The application before you has the two all singing and dancing accesses.
Thank you. Can I follow up that? Because, you know, I know Copo Hall Lane very well, and it's sort of fairly similar to the famous Lawrence's Lane in Thatcham. In other words, if you are walking or cycling up there and a large vehicle comes down there and the neighbouring vehicle up the hill has an oil, it's supplied with oil, and the oil delivery vehicle often just sits there on the road and doesn't move because it's actually quite a difficult entrance to that dwelling. So it can become impassable and quite dangerous at speed. It's not so much the entrance to the site as the fact that Copo Hall Lane really isn't suitable for combining vehicular traffic and foot traffic. Now, we can't close it to traffic, but if we can do something to minimise the amount of vehicles that use that lane, I think it would be a good idea.
Okay, it seems that we've exhausted the questions, so we're now on to open debate. And I'd obviously ask you to concentrate on what has been said up to this point and what advice has been given to you. And hopefully it would help you come to a appropriate conclusion. So who is prepared to open the debate? Looks okay, Councillor Vickers as a ward member.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a difficult one considering that we know that where we minded to approve, this is going to be referenced up, so we're not making a final decision. I just sort of feel the sense that we don't support officers' recommendations. Members, you know, I'll wait to hear other members, but I do feel that this design deserves to be given the go-ahead and that we need to then look at a series of conditions, the normal conditions, and I would seek officers' advice to go through the list. But having said that, maybe this is something to be reserved for another committee meeting of the district. But if it doesn't need to go to district, if the applicant chooses to go to a review panel and officers reconsider the comments from the review panel, then we are left with the need to have some conditions in place. So let's debate the principle. Do we want to see this one approved? And you know, if we do, then whoever proposes that, I think we've got to then look at conditions that we need.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Vickers. Right, Councillor Raj.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Vickers, for the comment. I was going to say I'm in firm support of this project for a number of reasons. The prime among them is not that I'm of the same age like you to remember the and like, but I could see that a site like this needs a better treatment, and what other proposal would satisfy the officers or the inspector or anyone else who calls themselves experts to say that this the opt one. And we looked at the pictures of the site. I think the applicant has taken enough consideration to accommodate the surroundings. They even first of his proposal proposed a kind of a structure, and I've never seen like this. And that is where we need to look at, and the residents are supporting it. And why would we not consider this as meeting the paragraph 84, which has been talked about a lot? And then I could see the condition, the number of conditions, section E says the design should be outstanding, reflecting the highest standards in architecture. That's what I believe it is satisfying. So I think we should support this and encourage the site to be developed. And I firmly believe the applicant would take care of the site with passion, and I think it will be in good hands. So I firmly support this. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Dick.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Personally, I'm very uneasy about setting aside officers' recommendations. They work hard, they investigate things carefully, they're experienced and professional. But, and there is a but, I've heard, listened very carefully to the presentations we've had, and they're very compelling in my opinion. I did ask the question about jeopardy. I'm not still clear about that because we have a corporate responsibility towards the council. But in the absence of any serious concerns coming back about that, you know, I feel personally as an elected member, my responsibility is to look after local people where I think I can. And this is one of the situations where I think I can. So I'm in support of rejecting the recommendation from officers, if you like, and allowing this application. Thank you.
So does that go as far? Sorry, does that go as far as actually putting that as a proposal?
If you're ready for that.
I am ready for it, yeah.
So proposed, although I think we will ask, as has already been said, for some conditions to assist in the areas of doubt. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Williston, I think.
Yeah, can I just say, when I read the papers over the weekend, I was convinced that we should be accepting officers' recommendations. But the presentations we've heard and the support and the passion from the nearby resident in particular has swayed me, and I'm in support and would like to second. Yeah, subject to obviously conditions. Yeah.
Any other member, excuse me, any other member wishes to make any contribution? Any other comments at all? Okay, right. Oh, sorry.
Well, just the things that I think are most important in conditions are investigation, archaeological ground investigation, the minimum disturbance to the ground. That might be more important than generally it is, because we are talking about an area of woodland, however valuable it is, woodland, soil, and the ecology of the subsoil is very important. And generally ecology and drainage. I mean, there was a pond on site. I'm sure that pond can contribute significantly to biodiversity net gain. I mean, it's in a very poor state at the moment. And I take the comments of the ecologists that working for the applicant that this has been a poorly managed woodland, and we have a very serious problem nationally with poorly managed small woodland. There just isn't enough money in it for owners to put money into properly managing. No wood is without management. Even ancient woodland has to be managed, and this isn't ancient woodland. It was a private domestic curtilage 80 years ago, we've heard.
Sorry to interrupt, Chairman, not forget the net zero issue as well.
Yeah, and we've also got to have probably more evidence presented as a, I don't think it has to be a pre-start condition, does it? The evidence, well, this is obviously one of the things you have to look at, isn't it, Deborah? Minimum number of pre-start conditions, but on the other hand, some are so important that you really have to see the evidence before you can allow work to start. Can you lead us through?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand over to Deborah, because I think we need to make sure that we've got it exactly appropriate, correct, and what is really the important issues to address.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if I would probably recommend that officers, that members resolve to delegate to officers the precise wording of the conditions, but certainly there would be pre-commencement conditions for archaeology and ecology, because they are essential, because that the actual development impacts both of those, because it's below ground works. Potentially it would impact both of those. Other conditions can be above ground work, such as materials, etc. But yes, I mean, certainly those conditions and details on the ecological credentials of the building, the environmental credentials of the building. I would recommend that would be pre-development because that feeds into the design of the dwelling and that could alter things. So that should be a pre-commencement as well. But I would suggest that members resolve to delegate to officers to go through those conditions, but certainly they would be conditions that we would be looking at on site.
Would it be appropriate to ask officers to consult with ward members on the conditions before it goes anywhere beyond that? I mean, normally we would get it in a report. Well, because we've gone against your recommendation, we haven't got the benefit of a set of conditions that, not yet.
We can certainly consult ward members with conditions. That's not a problem. I just need to make clear though about referring, if members do vote for approval, about referring it up. And I just want to clarify that that we'll review the resolution post committee and we will give the applicant an opportunity to take it to a design review panel prior to district committee.
No, happy with that. Right, okay. Is a highways issue that you wanted to quickly point out?
I was just asking you would add highway conditions to the proposal as well. Sight lines, access, parking, electric vehicle charging points, cycle storage, the usual. Thank you.
Nothing further?
Yeah, just very quickly, for highways, were we proposing that we would have just the one access via Skinner's Green Lane and not the Copo Hall lane as well from highways?
Are we in a position to be able to do it and view it?
Well, I was advised by Mr. Goddard that we have to consider the application before us. And if the applicant chooses not to implement parts of that, that's their business, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. We have to, with the decision that's being made this evening is based on the plans before us this evening with the two accesses.
Okay, members, then therefore, can we put the proposal as identified by the proposer to the committee? All those in favour of the rejection resolution, right? Hands up.
The officer's recommendation.
Sorry, the other way round. Yeah, get it right. Yeah. Right. Sorry, have another go. Yes, that's right. You are recommending actually against officer's recommendation to actually approve the application. So all those in favour, please show. And I'm going to abstain. So it's 5 plus an abstention. Now, members, it's nearly 16:14. We've technically got 2 more applications. It's been requested for a comfort break and a change in officer representation as well. So looking at that 10 minutes, we're going to come up to 4:30. If we are expecting to consider 2, I'm sorry to say, I think we're going to struggle to actually look at 1. And even then, it's going to go way over to 17:30, as we suggested, the finishing time. So can I quickly go around the table and ask for what members wish? Bearing in mind, I don't want to keep members of the public or possible speakers sat around for an application which is not going to be taken today.
Chairman, my thought would be it's 4:13, let's say 4:20, and let's do this.
Chairman, I agree with that because if we can stretch it to 6, maybe if everyone agrees, we can finish off because fair to residents who come from far, both this application.
The reason I say that is I technically should be somewhere else about 17:45, but it's going to be tight. I know Councillor Vickers has got another commitment as well.
Chairman, my view is we should, I agree with Councillor Armitage and Councillor Dick that there's nothing in the Constitution which says we can't go on, but, you know, I personally think we owe it to the members of the public and the applicants that we try and get through the business. And I'd be happy to go on till 6, but if you've got to leave, Chairman, then that leaves us with a bit of a problem. We'd have to elect a vice chair to take the chair.
So, yeah, I mean, the position is quite clear. We're still being court, there'll still be core rate if I'm not present, and you can elect a chairman for the last application. If that's the wish, and that will help the audience that we don't put you out of the room today and you've got to then come back on another occasion. So I think let's have a 5-minute comfort break and then get going for the third application. Okay. Okay, we are going to reconvene and we're now moving on to item 3 in brackets 3. The land adjacent to 123 Strong Grove Hill, Hungerford, application 23/02586/FUL. And I'm going to call upon Sian Cutts to begin with her presentation. So over to you, Sian.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to start to share my screen. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Chairman. This application is proposing the erection of a single detached 3-bedroom house over 2 floors and associated works on land at Strong Grove Hill. This application was called in by one of the ward members and is recommended for refusal. This is the application site, which, as you can see, is situated between A4 Strong Grove Hill to the north and Freeman's Marsh and the River Dun to the south. Freeman's Marsh is a site of special scientific interest. There is a group of 5 dwellings accessed from this access point on Strong Grove Hill. And 2 that are accessed further over. The track is also a public right-of-way with 2 other houses situated to the east. There was a pair of semi-detached houses on the site previously, and these are thought to have been removed sometime before the Second World War, although this is very unclear. There is a history of planning refusal on the site dating back to the 1970s, as set out in the report. The most recent application in 2021 was for 2 dwellings on the site. This was refused and dismissed on appeal as the site was contrary to local plan policies for housing in the countryside, particularly policy C1, as it does not accord with the infill policy, as it does not constitute a group of 10 or more closely knit dwellings, and also due to flood risk. That's the second reason for refusal. The applicant has requested that this application is considered under paragraph 84 of the NPPF as a house of design of exceptional quality. The proposed house is for 3 bedrooms to be sited adjacent to 125 Strong Grove Hill with parking. I mean, just go back to the site plan. So you have the house, parking for 3 cars, and a widening of the access onto the A4. A 2-metre high fence is proposed along the boundary with the A4. Within the site, a drainage field package treatment plant, air source heat pump, and water borehole and a rainwater holding tank are proposed. Move on to the floor plans. So we have living accommodation, ground floor, 3 bedrooms, bathrooms, and a balcony on the 1st floor. These are the elevations which are proposed. So to the front of the house, you have, which is the south face, the top picture, you have a sloped roof with a balcony at 1st floor level. And then the rear of the house, you have a flat roof and a few windows on the rear. So as you can see on these side elevations, we can see partial slope and partial flat roof with the balcony. So you'll be able to see this east face elevation will be particularly visible as you come down the access track, which is also a public right of way. Here we have the and you can see the levels on the site. There's some levelling out of the site is proposed with a retaining wall, and then you can see the fence on the top against the road to provide noise attenuation. Here we have the paragraph 84 again. So consideration of the design of exceptional quality in the truly outstanding, reflecting the highest standards in architecture, and would help to raise standards of design more generally in rural areas and significantly enhance the immediate setting and be sensitive to defining characters in the local area. This is the view of the site. This is looking eastwards towards the access onto the A4. This is looking westwards from that access point towards the site. So you can see there has been some slight clearance has taken place. This is a view within the site towards 126 Stronggrove Hill. And this is a view further down the footpath, which shows the other 5 houses further down Stronggrove Hill. And this is the house adjacent to the site. Just go. Oh. So, there have been no objections from Highways, from Hungerford Town Council, Environmental Health, the tree officer, or drainage officers once additional information was received. The ecologist has objected as there has not been sufficient information provided or a survey conducted in line with relevant guidance to assess the ecological value of the site and any protection and mitigations that might be required. The Conservation and Design Officer was consulted on the application and they commented that this is not considered to be a dwelling of exceptional quality in line with the NPPF. We have received objections from 2 people. One was received yesterday, and so it hasn't been reported on the update sheet. The most recent objection refers to the use of the footpath for construction vehicles and access during construction. The other objection reported that there hasn't been a house on the site for more than 100 years. The footpath road is a responsibility of the residents to maintain, and there have been previous refusals on the house, previous refusals on the site, and that the previous house on the site was closer to 126 than this is proposed. There were 9 contributors in support of the application, mainly stating the access will be improved, the house will be an enhancement to the area, meet the need for housing and enhance the community. So we move on to the assessment contained within the report. The site is within the open countryside outside defined settlement boundaries. It is not infill development according to policy C1 as set out in the report. The 2021 application was dismissed at appeal as its group of 7 dwellings and not 10 as clearly stated by policy C1. The inspector said within this group of existing dwellings, the plot sizes are varied in shape and size, but given the lack of close-knit clustering, the development would not be within an otherwise built-up frontage. The development would not be infill given the number and spacing of dwellings within this hamlet, and therefore there would be a conflict with HSA policy CS1 and policy ADPP1. So the consideration is whether the proposal would meet the exception as set out in NPPF paragraph 84, as we've previously discussed, requiring a design of truly exceptional quality, which reflects higher standards in design and architecture and help to raise the standards of design more generally in rural areas, and that would significantly enhance its immediate setting and be sensitive to defining characteristics of the local area. The local plan design policies are set out in the report in more detail. In looking at this particular house, it would be close to the group of dwellings. As shown in the photographs, we have one modern house with a thatched roof adjacent to the site, and then the row of terraced houses which date back probably 19th century further down the track. The applicant has not assessed how the vernacular design of these houses have been considered within the reports. You know, for an exceptional design, we need to look at how the surroundings have contributed to the actual design of the house as proposed. This house, as shown on the elevations, I have a traditional front with a 2-storey flat element to the rear, which we consider would be incoherent mix of building forms. It's larger in scale than the neighbouring properties and also situated further forward within the plot than other dwellings which front this footpath. In dismissing the previous appeal, the inspector referred to the proximity of those dwellings to the lane that were in that application and said that a dwelling at 4 metres from the lane would be dominating along the footpath. This application is also within 4 metres, about 3 metres from the footpath. We don't have full details of the external materials which are proposed for the, we have been given an indication of rendering with some brick slips. No details of landscaping have been provided. And there will be significant removal of landscaping around the site. Overall, it is considered that the bulk and appearance of this dwelling will be prominent in the lane and will not enhance its setting, and so does not meet the requirements for quality design that our policies require, let alone the higher bar of exceptional design quality as set out in the NPPF. The case that's been put forward by the applicants for exceptional design of the dwelling includes the sustainability features of development. The applicant claims the building is being designed to passive house principles, and it is proposed to use air source heat pumps, photovoltaic panels, triple glazed windows, and to minimise the thermal bridges in the construction by using an insulated concrete formwork for the buildings. This does provide a high degree of insulation and is suitable for low energy homes. The proposal states that water will be provided via a borehole and wastewater will be dealt with through the provision of grey water and rainwater collection and storage system. Whilst there are a number of sustainability features towards a low energy home, some of the evidence submitted with the application refers to outdated documents and policies, which have now been superseded. And the proposal also refers to passive house standards, but does not provide any evidence that the initial design is certified to this standard. The proposal either does not refer to the regulated or unregulated energy or the embodied energy contained within the fabric of the building, and no reference to how these measures will meet or exceed what is required by building regulations. The NPPF definition of exceptional quality refers to reflecting the highest standards in architecture, which would help to raise the standard of design more generally in rural areas. And whilst these sustainability measures are beneficial, there is no evidence that these measures meet or exceed the highest standards in design as required by paragraph 84. Indeed, many of the measures which are proposed are now very prevalent and required within all residential development as part of building control regulations. It's therefore considered the design will not provide new and innovative techniques to better understand construction techniques and move developments and design standards forward. As stated in the report, tree protection, highway safety, and the public rights of way measures and drainage can all be controlled through the use of conditions as set out in the committee report. I also need to highlight ecology. The site is adjacent to Freeman's Marsh, SSI, and is within a biodiversity opportunity area. An ecological survey was submitted with the application, which has been assessed by the council's ecologist, which has concluded that the information submitted hasn't been conducted by a suitably qualified ecologist, and they lack sufficient details of assessment, such as scope of works, details of methodology of the survey, timings of surveys and weather conditions, together with any results of the survey. And so it's not possible to draw any conclusions on local ecology and details of mitigation and ecological enhancements that would be required for the proposal. Members need to be aware that guidance and practice requires that ecology survey information is submitted with an application and cannot be the subject of pre-commencement conditions. And so the proposal as submitted doesn't provide sufficient evidence that the biodiversity on the site and any protected species will be conserved and enhanced, and so is contrary to policy CS 17 and ecology advice within the NPPF. So to conclude, the application is proposing a new dwelling in the countryside, which doesn't constitute a form of development permitted by policy C1, as it's not part of a cluster of closely knit cluster of 10 or more dwellings adjacent to the highway. The application fails to demonstrate that the proposal will not be harmful to biodiversity assets, as a preliminary ecological appraisal carried out by a suitably qualified ecologist has not been carried out. And we do not consider that the proposal is a design of exceptional quality, which is truly outstanding, reflecting the highest standards in architecture to raise standards of design more generally in rural areas. And due to the massing position of the plots, the different mixtures of design, it will not enhance the immediate setting of the site within the national landscape. And in addition, there was no landscape visual impact assessment submitted with the application, which would help to inform our assessment of the application and how it affects the wider AONB national landscape. And whilst the sustainability details submitted with the application are encouraging and to be recommended and encouraged, the claims that have been made about it haven't been substantiated in terms of the standards that will be met, and that the sustainability of the build will reflect the highest design standards. We have no evidence that this has been designed by a qualified architect to demonstrate the proposals reflect the highest standards in architecture. The design review panel was suggested, as we've discussed at the previous application, was mentioned to the applicants, and they decided not to put the application forward to the independent assessment. And they declined that opportunity. So members, we do not consider this to be a dwelling of exceptional quality. And so the application is recommended for refusal for the reasons set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report, Sian. I now call upon the councillors for Hungerford, Councillor Coldhurst, and obviously Councillor Cole. Nice to see you, Councillor Cole, in another position in this council again.
Thank you, Chairman.
Are you splitting the 5 minutes?
We are indeed.
Okay. Are you ready? Yep, 5 minutes starts now.
Well, good afternoon again, and thank you, Chairman. With respect to our important planning principles and the expertise of officers, those of us living in Hungerford are conscious of the essential value of both in preserving our lovely town. We at Hungerford Town Council decided in favour of no objection to this application, and I'm here to ask you to permit this development. We engaged in a lively debate when this came in front of us last year, which aired all the points of planning in front of you today, including the presumption against building in the countryside, the preservation of open countryside, and this proposed home being outside the town boundary. We can nod to the argument that it fails the exceptional design test because there is nothing innovative, but its design, partly driven by other planning imperatives, draws together really quite an impressive number of existing technologies: sedum roof, recycling grey water, soakaway EV charger, in a relatively small, modest house. The plan would improve the approach of the lane, and the design incorporates a turning point for the benefit of all residents. How much further along would our national climate efforts be if every application had so many eco-friendly features? Not every bit of countryside is quite so lovely and valuable as the next, as our new government itself has acknowledged. And ahead of them, you at West Berks Council ask the overarching question, where's the harm? The proposal for Stronggrove Hill is a sensible use of a bit of scrub, often used as a fly tip dump. Yes, you'll be able to see a house among several others in a little cluster of that lane. But houses aren't intrinsically a bad thing. Most of us aspire to have one, and a nice one at that. We think that this proposal for Stronggrove Hill pragmatically passes that test. Thank you. And if I may pass over to my colleague, who I think you all know, James Cole.
Thank you, Stella. I've been aware of the various proposals on this site for quite a while now. I get the point this is proposed to be a new house in the countryside, but until the new government throws out the current rules, they should be restricted, certainly. Nonetheless, long ago there was a building here, or two of them. Similar to the last application then, this is a brownfield site. It may be outside the time restriction, but in real life, it's a brownfield site and it's used as a dump. The deal that's being proposed to this council is not, as we all know, something really interesting in terms of architectural design like the previous one. But it is a combination. It's the combination that I stress of all of the eco features that I would suggest to you we should be encouraging. And you talk about standards. You can condition some standards if that's what's required. When you look at this application, it's not proposed to be an outlying house. It's an infill between a row of houses and the very nearby town of Hungerford. It would not damage the countryside. Quite unlike the large developments that this council has had to permit elsewhere and will do so again. On behalf of Hungerford Town Council, I too ask you to permit this development. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Well within the time scale. Members, questions of Hungerford councillors? No, looks as if you got away with it lightly. Okay. Right, I now call upon the objector, Simon Smith. Your 5 minutes start soon as you're ready, Simon.
Thank you very much for this afternoon. I'd like to say how much earth is going to be dug out. This is only a single track road at the moment. We have a job with parking as it is. We have no room to move cars or whatever. We even had more than one ambulance couldn't get in at the right time. 2, the septic tank issue or the rainwater has already been tried at 126 when Mr. Green rebuilt the house and they found it didn't work. So if it didn't work then, how is it going to work now? Exactly. Where do we get? I don't mind the house. It's just where do we get access in? How much dirt has got to be dug out? How's the machines going to get in and out onto the A4 and coming back in again? No one can move. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, right, if you just wait there, there's possibly some questions for you. Okay. Members, any questions to Mr. Smith? No? Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we now move on to the agent and Brian Withers. Okay, Brian. Good afternoon.
I'm acting as the agent. My name is Brian Withers. The application before you this afternoon provides an exceptional home to meet the standard within West Berks DPD policy C1 paragraph 4.17 for the approval of a home outside a settlement boundary and those of paragraph 84 in the MPPF. Also that of policy ADDP1 regarding local sustainability, it being adjacent to the Hungerford settlement boundary and within walking distance of the town's facilities. It meets the targets set in the National Design Guide of 2021. This planned exceptional home fits within the locality, which has a 100-year history as part of Hungerford town. It is a restrained design to sit within the AONB, gathering style from homes within the hamlet and the vernacular of Hungerford itself. Generally, Hungerford, an old town with a vibrant energy, sets an example by encouraging innovation. Encouragement from Hungerford Town Council has led the applicant to bring forward a design which encompasses the latest in cutting-edge technology for sustainable energy saving and carbon neutrality. This has resulted in a proposed house design that uses modern, scientific and tested methods brought together for maximum energy efficiency. Some of the proposed methods are starting to appear in standalone applications, but combined, one can count on one hand the number of homes built to this standard throughout the UK. This type of outstanding design showcases to the wider construction industry how to achieve outstanding performance of new builds. As a result, our local technical college have expressed interest in this innovative proposal, and it will offer a practical study for their students as a design for the future. The sustainability of the design is the key factor of this application, documented at great length within the papers provided to the application. These include the innovative insulated concrete form for the main structure, providing an airtight home without cold bridging, fully ventilated, including heat recovery, supplemented by an air source heat pump, triple glazing, and unique photovoltaic PV tiles that emulate and match the natural slate, unlike commonly used solar panels. Energy derived is stored in lithium batteries, both for household use and providing the energy requirement for the twin EV charging outlet. We have been advised that the bar is set high, but we believe we have met that bar with room to spare when all design and sustainability features are taken into account. The Passive House Standard certification is part of the build process and is confirmed on completion by the actual performance of the building, which goes far beyond any current building regs and ensures actual performance build testing. The building stands at a slight angle at 4 meters or more from the location boundaries, with a sloping south-facing roof, which catches the available sun from sunrise to sunset. The rear faces the A4, but below a bank, so it is not overlooked. Traffic noise does not enter the living accommodation, as it is protected not only by the dense construction and insulation material, but by smaller triple glazed windows. Also, internal rooms that are used as dressing room and bathroom sit between the rear of the house and the sleeping area. Rainwater from the roof, because water has become a scarce commodity, will be stored in an underground tank for domestic use, toilets and washing machine and garden watering. A further innovation is added by the mansard roof, which being covered with natural sedum, provides rainwater attenuation as well as a home for many insect species. In common with the other homes in the outlet, drinking water will be extracted by borehole. Sewage and foul water will be dealt with using a treatment plant, discharging almost pure water into a drainage field on the location. Licenses for both will be obtained from the Environment Agency.
You have 1 minute, okay.
It is the combination of all these points that make the application exceed the exceptional bar. This is a highly sustainable building which is as carbon efficient as possible and will have a neutral carbon footprint during its life as a home. After 6 to 7 years, the energy saved by just building with ICF will offset all the embodied energy, and it will carry on saving both energy and reduce CO2 emissions for 120 years or more. This overall design, which along with its local sustainability credentials and the fact that it will meld into the AONB, will provide a modern home for the future. Those of us who live within West Berkshire will consider this to be a paramount requirement. We have met the exceptional standard, and the notes and papers accompanying the application provide a full and demonstrable support for that standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just inside the 5 minutes. Members, questions? No? Okay. You got off lightly. Okay. Okay, right. Councillor Vickers as a ward member. It's okay. Yeah, I've called you. Okay, yeah.
I was hesitating. It's not on the sheet, so I don't know.
No, I've got no supporter down on the list. Have you got it? Just hold fire, Councillor Vickers, a minute. Did you register before the closure? And you've had acceptance to that effect?
Chairman. Chairman, what do you make to suspend standing orders and say?
Well, I was going to say that would be the easiest way forward, but
Chairman, can I support the suggestion from?
yeah, I think I would go down that route in a minute if that's the case. But if it's confirmed, I'll just check with Bob Dre. Yeah. Okay, in view of moving this forward, because obviously there's going to be some clarification checking through. I think the easiest way is we formally suspend standing orders to allow the supporter to speak. Can I have a proposal, please? Seconder, all in favour? Okay, all right. Good. Bearing in mind, we will be doing the same as what we did this morning. It will be reinstated as soon as you completed her speech and questioning. Okay, we are ready if you are.
I'm Carmony Conning, owner and resident of 128 Stronggrove Hill. Our lane is an individual, hidden away part of Hungerford, comprising 1 thatched and 4 terraced cottages. The applicant has submitted plans for an outstanding dwelling, using latest eco-friendly techniques outlined by the agent. The house and landscaped grounds would replace what is effectively an eyesore and a magnet for those seeking to dispose of white goods and general debris. The applicant could have presented plans for a modern glass and wooden structure, further emphasising this exceptional house. Such a property would contrast glaringly with the surroundings and be a hazard for the rich bird life. Instead, the applicant has been at pains to ensure the outward appearance of the house is in keeping with the terraced cottages. Further benefits to the existing properties would be the widening of the lane onto the A4 and permitting improved and safer two-way access. The repairs to the track would be an additional benefit. These plans represent detailed study of environmental issues with regards to construction and sustainability at the site. They result in an exceptional house which sits easily in its surroundings and enhances the area for neighbouring owners.
Questions at all? No? Thank you very much. Can I have a proposal to return standing orders? Okay, all in favour? Yes. Okay, now it's over for you, Councillor Vickers.
Chairman, we've had such excellent presentations. I'm going to cut down on what I have to say so I don't repeat what has been said. But we have here another inspector's decision upholding refusal by our officers, called in this time by Councillor Bennyworth, but with my agreement. And again, there are far more local expressions of support than there are objections. Even more than with Copo Hall, we are adjacent to a settlement area. It's just 200 metres to the boundary of Eddington. I say to you, this is adjacent, and therefore that should be given weight. The site is well screened from view apart from the public footpath, and the track is used only by a small group of neighbouring houses. And although not seeming to have a fully qualified architect behind it, the proposal does have considerable positive merits in terms of sustainable design. It's more than policy compliant, I suggest, in terms of its carbon footprint. It may not be outstandingly innovative or groundbreaking, but for West Berkshire, I see it as helping to raise standards of design locally. We need some exemplars of what are perhaps in other parts of the country, I don't know, now becoming the norm. But you're certainly not getting it from the volume home builders who will produce the minimum they can get away with. We know that. And we are in a climate emergency. And so particularly, I think, with self-build, we should be supporting a design like this. And I'm impressed that Newbury College has shown interest in it, because new entrants to the development industry in all professions need to get involved in real projects that seek to achieve what we need in a climate emergency, highly sustainable buildings, in particular new homes. What I really like about this proposal is that it seems to use every possible proven means of achieving the lowest possible carbon footprint. I don't see how you can expect everybody to be totally innovative. There are innovations that are not being adopted. That's the problem. I think two particular outstanding features in sustainability are the use of photovoltaic solar roofing, doing away with solar panels, actually using photovoltaic slates that capture the energy themselves. I've only seen that once in the district on somebody's shed, and they were very proud that it was helping them to reduce their carbon footprint. I also applaud the use of grey water. We are in a highly stressed area in terms of water supply, and yet we're not able to get volume home builders to use grey water recycling. You know, these things only really make economic sense when they are rolled out at scale. We've seen how solar energy and wind farms have enormously reduced in price because they're introduced at scale. But we need examples close at hand of what can be done and what will make our lives more livable in the future, and indeed help enhance the landscape, because nothing will harm the landscape more than failing to address a climate emergency. Now, it was said by the team leader at the site visit that the applicant should have supplied several reports, such as landscape and ecological appraisals, prior to a decision. I can't see where our policy or the NPPF says that, although it may be normal practice. Now, is self-build obliged to follow normal practice? 4.28 of the HSA DPD, which is our policy, merely says that applicants are encouraged to provide a long list of documents, most of which have been provided and some of which really aren't relevant here. But as ward member, I return to what matters most to me, which is I seek to represent the views of my constituents, particularly those that live closest to the site. And I do think we ought to give strong weight to that in our deliberations. And again, as with the previous applicant, try and find reasons that will prevent an approval by an outside independent inspector and no elected representatives of this council becoming a precedent that future committees will regret. I want us to overturn officers' recommendations to approve this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vickers. Other members, questions, Councillor Vickers? No? Okay. You moved away pretty quickly there. That's all right. Go on, sit down now. You were prejudging, there was no questions. Okay. Right, members, your opportunity now to obviously ask questions of Sian and Paul on highways.
I want to just check because he is on the list.
I've just been reminded that I should be asking if Dennis is still online at all.
He did tell me when he left that he wasn't needing.
My
to.
understanding is he wanted to speak to the last one. Is that correct?
He wants to speak to the last one if he can, but he's not sure he will be able to
Okay,
because of his other meeting that he's attending as a council representative.
Right, okay. So I return question to officers. No? Okay, so open to you members for full debate on the application in hand. Who's going to open the debate? Okay, Councillor Amiraj.
Thank you, Chairman. I concur with Councillor Vickers' point that we should be looking at these developments from the West Berkshire perspective, not as a national or international standards. The exceptional means subjective. And I think what we heard from the applicant and from the presentation sets that the features proposed for this development meet the criteria. And I think they are looking at the site visit. We've been to the site visit and it is a dilapidated site, and what the applicant is meaning to do is that create a new home which is sustainable and as much as possible net zero. So I think we should encourage these kind of developments for family dwelling for a brownfield site. Yeah, so I think we should go in the same way, rejecting officer's recommendation and approving this site to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. We've heard some interesting things about sustainability. There's no question about that. They're interesting. And this house in its entirety, it may be exceptional, and it needs to be because of planning rule. It may be exceptional, but in my opinion, I'm agreeing with the officers, it hasn't provided sufficient evidence that it's an exception. So it may be exceptional, but I don't see evidence that it is an exception. So I'm at the moment in sympathy with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Dick. Other members?
Yeah, I do rather agree with Councillor Dick. This is a different case. We've not got such a beautifully presented architectural design set of drawings. It's a self-build, and self-build often doesn't have a fully qualified architect behind it. I think we should encourage self-build. I'm all in favour of self-sufficiency. And this is a self-sufficient applicant who I'm sure has some qualifications and certainly some passion about what he's trying to do. Again, for his own family, if it wasn't clear, this is the father of the actual applicant that we heard from as the agent. On the other hand, I think it's more sustainable in some senses in that it's closer to a settlement. It is within a small group of houses, albeit not the magic figure of 10 and not that close knit. But I come back, what it really has in common is that the local residents on the whole, with the one exception, are in favour of it. And I think we should give that great weight. And I think, it looks as though we're going to have the same as we had with the last one, and this will have to be referenced up. So that's what I believe. It's not the same, but we're ending up with the same outcome and over to others to say anything they wish.
Okay, thank you. Other members? No? I'm obviously looking for a member to put forward a firm proposal, one way or the other.
Sorry, that we reject officers' recommendations and give conditional approval to this application, subject to the usual range of conditions. And I seek officers' advice as to and justification as to why some of these assessments need to be provided at this stage rather than being as pre-start conditions.
Okay, thank you for that proposal.
Happy to second, Chair.
Okay, right. In view of the proposal, and of course, as you quite rightly say, Councillor Vickers, we will wait for the result, but it will likely be the same as the previous. Sorry. Well, yeah, I was just going to move on. I've just been reminded, and what I was just about to say was, obviously, we now need to have some firm views and reasons behind the proposal, if that is the way that the majority of the members are going to vote. So,
well, I think the reasoning is that it combines it combines a sufficient range of highly unusual, if not.
Sorry to interrupt, Chairman, but we've had a proposal and a seconder.
No,
it's a reasoning.
We are trying to ascertain what is going to be included
in the proposal,
in the reasons and the conditions to make sure that we're absolutely spot on with what is part of the proposal. I think if we don't go that route, I think we are putting ourselves in difficulty.
I apologize. I thought you were assuming that the vote was going to go that way, and of course we don't know.
At this stage, of course, normally we want to make sure that we've got all our ducks in a row, as they say.
Well, if I can continue, I understand. I need to give the reasons why I'm going against officers' recommendations in order to, get support for that proposal, and to protect the council against an unreasonable decision by this committee. The reasons are, I think that we've heard and read that the application includes a whole range of measures that will achieve a low carbon footprint and highly sustainable building. I'm unconvinced that the evidence that the application provides is insufficient for us to form that judgment. And I also believe that the location is sufficiently close to the settlement boundary of Eddington, i.e. Hungerford, that it is not truly in the most open of countryside. And I think, as we've heard, it's not open countryside or not open countryside. I don't want to repeat the same argument that I put in the previous application, but I do believe that policy allows us to give consideration to an outstanding design for West Berkshire that will help encourage higher standards for this district, which we're responsible for. Is that sufficient?
Yeah. Well, I don't. Okay, yes, but it was just.
I understand the points are made.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, in terms of conditions, I think I overheard that, Chairman. I think, as with the last one, we would have to. There are a standard set of conditions, and if officers want us to guide them as to which are the more important ones, then fine. But I think we've got to leave it to officers. We can't agree the wording here and now. It's got to be delegated to officers to come up with a full set of wording.
Have you got enough, or you feel that?
Thank you, Chair.
Do you feel you need to strengthen it?
Yeah, I mean, Councillor Vickers is right. We would, it would be similar conditions to the ones we were talking about previously, but with the addition of there be the ecology condition. It wouldn't be normally a pre-commencement condition because normally we would have this information up front. So I would obviously need to defer to our ecologists on that, because there may be quite a substantial amount of information that they're going to require pre-commencement. Details, materials, landscaping would be pre-commencement, spoil removal as well, levels, etc. External lighting, highways conditions. So a lot of standard conditions, but I think importantly, it's the ecology, and I would really need to defer to our ecologists because, like I said, I mean, there are.
Chairman, if I may add, the reason for the insufficient ecology survey is national policy is very clear that with ecology surveys, you need to have that information upfront as part of the application in order to determine what planning conditions need to be applied, and also to make sure that we're taking into account all material considerations. So that's why we have the reason for refusal on there. So the point Deborah's making is it may well be a challenge for our ecologists liaise with us to come up with conditions, but just so members are clear, that's where that's coming from, that recommendation.
Yeah, I just wanted to make.
Sorry, I didn't have the thing, I had the microphone on. Apologies about that.
No problem.
Sorry, carry on.
Given the slightly difficult access, I think the construction management statement is probably going to have to be beefed up quite a lot in the conditions.
I agree. I know the objector, that was their main problem about access during construction in particular.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Deborah just mentioned regarding spoil, but here spoil's got to be moved by vehicles, and vehicles are going to have to be accessible onto a very narrow track, and also the issue in relationship to working hours and access for other residents to actually get down the track. Sorry.
Sorry, Chair. I probably will defer to Paul Goddard on
Chair.
the highways conditions.
Thank you, Chairman. We did actually recommend a list of conditions on file at stage, and it did include a construction management plan, which was one of the concerns the gentleman raised over there. I think it's essential with that access onto the A4. In this particular case, there's been a further condition on the works to widen the access as it joins the A4. It's being widened to 5 metres to allow two-way traffic just as it joins there. So that'd be something else that needs to be added. Other than that, the same conditions as I recommended with the previous proposal.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
Councillor Foot.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just wondered if we could have some clarification, because Mr. Dre just mentioned that normally for an application like this, before the application goes in, one would expect a full ecology report. And what I'd like to clarification on is, if we vote to reject this application, is the applicant then at liberty to go ahead, get his ecology report, then put in a fresh application with all of those things itemised, and perhaps some of the issues we've discussed now, and then come, put that application in, and, we can look at it again then? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Foot. Yes, that's entirely correct. The applicant is able to go away and carry out the necessary ecology surveys and additional information that we require, and resubmit with that additional information. They potentially withdraw this application and resubmit with a new application with all the necessary supporting information.
And if I may just come back on that, and that means then we can look at it afresh, and what we've discussed today is irrelevant then, really, if they've withdrawn that application.
Yes, I mean, it's obviously we have to make a decision on the application that's before us this evening. We have to make a decision on that application before us this evening. So, I mean, before us this evening isn't the option of the applicant withdrawing the application. We have to make a decision on the application with the information that's been submitted with it.
Okay, members. So we know what we're voting on, do we? We do know? Okay. We are voting, of course, on to reject the officer's recommendation and support the application that's in front of us. Can I have a show of hands? 1, 2. Against? Okay. And you're abstaining, so we've got 2-2. And I will do likewise. I will go against. I will. Okay. Sorry, no, I'm supporting officers' recommendations. Okay. So do you want to just identify the numbers to make sure that everybody knows?
Two against,
Three.
two against, two.
2-2, and then the chairman's casting vote, and I'm obviously voting with the officer's recommendations.
So-
Against it, yeah. Make
Chairman.
sure we got it right.
Chairman,
3-2.
Chairman, to be clear, that proposal has failed, but if there would need to be another proposal to determine the application.
Okay.
So that proposal was to grant planning permission.
Okay, so
That
we know,
proposal
we
failed, so
know,
there'll need to be a second proposal.
although it was technically in support of the recommendations from the officers on the order paper, you're now suggesting that I take a second vote in relationship to confirming that. Correct?
Yes, Chairman, that proposal was purely as put by
So
Councillor
can I
Vickers.
have a proposal?
Yes, Chairman, I propose that we accept the
Recommendations.
officers to refuse the application.
Is that fine, a seconder? Okay, councillor Foot. All those in favour, please show. Against? 2-2. And abstain. And the chairman's put in the same position as what he was a few minutes ago. So in this case, I will be voting in favour of the recommendation that's been put forward. Okay. You want to just announce that?
2 for, 2 against, the chairman is for and one is abstained.
Chairman.
Yeah.
Can I please, sorry to interrupt, similar to the last one, there was mention of if there is a split decision or against, is it possible to take this to the district?
Possible to what? So
possible to take this application to the district committee or further?
Well, you're asking it for to be referenced up to district.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I think we've passed that point. Unfortunately, it should have been done beforehand. Sorry, I left off.
Excuse me, Chairman. Could we give some comfort to the applicant that we would possibly look at it favourably if more information was provided?
I think in view of what's been said round the table tonight and the positives, there is a considerable number of positives, and I think you're absolutely correct, Councillor Williston. Okay, Councillor Foot.
Yeah, just very briefly. I mean, the application we heard before this one was, I think, an exemplar in how the environmental report was put forward, and perhaps I understand that the applicants are sitting in the room. They could take that away and use that as a sort of blueprint to put forward an application that I'm sure the council, this committee would give a sympathetic hearing to, certainly, and hopefully be able to accept it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask the committee just to pause for a few moments. Will I vacate the chair? And then it will continue on, and you will be given a chance to elect a chairman for the last application.
Do you want to offer a comfort break?
Well, it's been suggested it should be a comfort break. So, okay, if that's easy for you, okay. One of the main reasons is that we wanted to just exchange officers on that thing. So, do you want to?
So you're free to leave.
Yeah. I need to vacate the chair and leave the room before you recommence. That's the reason. That's why we're pausing it.
Goodbye, Chairman. Goodbye, Chairman, and thank you for your work today.
Members of the public for this particular application, or speakers, if you so wish to leave, you're welcome to at the same time.
Sorry, can I
He actually needs to leave the room, does he?
No, can I just interrupt? Are we actually adjourned? So are we officially adjourned? In which case
Thank you, members. If we can re-adjourn the meeting. In the absence of a chairman, we are going to have to elect a temporary chairman for the remainder of the meeting. Are there any nominations from the floor?
I propose Councillor Wollaston.
Any seconder?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a vote for? Okay, that's carried. Thank you.
Your name behind.
Well, thank you for your faith, and I hope you'll bear with me as I'm a novice chairman of planning. I think I should just mention briefly that I should have declared an interest in that the agent for the applicant here has done work for me personally before, but it was 6 or 7 years ago. It won't won't affect my judgment. So we move on to application 23/02591/house and also 23/02592/LBC, Littleville Hidden Farm, Wantage Road, Newtown, near Hungerford. And can I invite Sean Cutts to begin the presentation?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, bear with me. Click on. Okay, this is a planning application and an application for listed building consent for a 2-storey rear extension, new bathroom in the existing roof space and replacement roof coverings at Little Hidden Farm, Wantage Road, Newtown, Hungerford. This application was called in by the ward member and is recommended for refusal. This is the application site. As you can see, the application site has just been defined by the, I need to start with presentations. Right, we'll go with this, this view. The application site is just defined by the farmhouse and its curtilage. It does form part of the wider farm and riding stables establishment. Here we have the block plan where you can see the proposed extension on the west elevation of the house. This is a listed building, which is Grade 2 listed farmhouse of 17th century origins. The building is an attractive 2-storey vernacular building in flint with brickwork dressings and a cat slide roof to the rear, which we'll show you in photographs. Here's the floor plans. There's a small basement, ground floor, first floor, and there is accommodation also on the second floor in the roof. The house has been extended in the past, most recently in approximately the 1980s. These are the elevations of the house, and on this north elevation, you can't see my... this part here is the most recent extension. Which you can see more clearly here on the west elevation and the cat slide roof. The application is to extend at 2 stories. There'll be a proposed small boot room glazed link extension to separate from the main house. With 2 stories, it's designed to provide intergenerational living for the applicant and her family, 3 generations of the family to be accommodated within the house on a long-term basis. The application is also, there's also proposed, I'll show the elevations. So here's the second floor plan. You can see the roof plan with 3 roof windows onto the extension, and a roof light is also proposed in the cat slide roof to provide light to the bathroom, which is proposed within the roof space. These are the elevations. So the east elevation, the front elevation of the house will be unchanged. The north elevation, you can see the extension here to the side. and on the west elevation in front of the extension and to the side. The application was amended following the initial consultation with the ecologist, and dormer windows had been originally proposed and now removed. The materials were also altered from timber cladding, then in the amendments to flint work, but on reflection, cladding is considered to be more appropriate in line with the original proposal. The application is also proposing replacement of roof coverings with the removal of the existing clay tiles on the main part of the house and replacing with a mixture of retained tiles and new handmade clay tiles. The slates over the northern part of the house are also proposed to be removed, sorted and replaced with any new slates being provided from a store of identical slates held on the farm. And it's also proposed to replace lead roll covering to the hip edges and matching bonnet tiles. The roof works also propose the introduction of a new roof insulation material, which is fitted externally between the tiles and the roof battens. So all that work can be done from the outside without affecting the historic fabric inside. Here are some photographs. There's the elevation showing the boot room, link room through and section. So here's the front elevation, east elevation, the north view. This is from the north, a little bit closer. So the extension approximately to this kind of point here, although that's not exact. This is the south elevation where you can see the cat slide roof, and the extension would come out to the rear of the house. And here we have a partial elevation showing the cat slide roof, and you can see where there are different mix of materials on the existing roof. The extension is proposed to come out with a door in the position of this smaller window here. It shows the two parts together. And there is proposed to be some slight alterations to the basement, which you can just see in the grill part there. Okay. This is one committee item with two resolutions, one referring to the planning permission and the other for listed building consent. The planning permission refers to the appearance of the extensions, wider use, and whether the proposal accords with the development plan. The listed building consent is required for any works, and the local or planning authority must have regard to the special desirability of preserving the building or its setting or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. Moving to the consultations, there was support from Hungerford Town Council. The archaeologist required a programme of works to investigate whether there's any archaeological potential or anything of archaeological interest that may be found during groundworks. We've had a full ecology survey, and ecology are satisfied with bat protection measures that have been proposed, and these can be secured through conditions along with mitigation measures. The Conservation Officer has raised objections due to the harm to the character and appearance of the building. No consultations were received during the consultation process. However, the applicant's son has circulated wider supporting information, which has also been summarised in the report. As we move to the appraisal in the application, the proposed extension will extend to the rear of the house. Let's show this on here, floor plans, by a depth of 11.7 metres. And whilst the half hip roof matches the roof of the original house, it does have a ridge height of 7 metres, which is 1 metre higher than the existing extension to the north of the house. And you can see that difference here. And the proposed extension, in our view, will be read as a significant addition and enlargement to the rear of the house, which would dominate the western elevation and be particularly evident in views from the south and north, where the extension will be particularly prominent and have the appearance of a separately occupied building, despite the single story link to the house. And it will not appear subservient to the host building. As I said, we propose, considering that wood cladding would be the most appropriate material, but that can be secured through conditions. There is a separation distance of approximately 5 metres to the boundary of the garden area to the field to the west. I think you can see on the block plan here. So there is some separation to the boundaries. And there is the more formal garden to the south of the house. So the extension will not appear cramped within the boundaries, as there is sufficient amenity space to meet the needs of the occupants. Overall, it is considered that the scale of the extension in terms of its height and massing and prominence to the rear of the house will detrimentally affect the appearance and character of the building, which would be contrary and will reduce the visual prominence of the cat-slide roof, which is of particular importance to the character and appearance of the house. As members, as you're aware, that we do have policies for extensions of houses in the countryside, and they require that they are subservient and proportionate to the original dwelling house. In this case, we consider that it will be visually dominant and contrary to that policy. The main concern about the impact to the listed building, again, are the scale, appearance and communal effect, and the impact that the design the extension will have will alter the character and the hierarchy of the listed building, where you can see the different stages of development within it. The NPPF advises that when assessing the harm to a listed building, this has to be balanced against the public benefits of the development, and this harm must be clear and convincingly justified. In this case, it is considered that the benefits from the development would be limited to private benefits to the applicant and her family, without wider benefits. And we have to consider that listed buildings are protected for their own intrinsic value. Furthermore, it does not appear that alternative configurations for the extension or other means of accommodating the family within the farm have been considered, and that may be more scope for a proposal that is more in keeping with the character of the listed farmhouse, which could significantly reduce the level of harm to this building. It is recommended that both applications are refused for the reasons that are set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, John. As you know, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. For the sake of clarity, that's going to be on both applications. And after 4 minutes, I will give you notice, and should you require it, when you're ready, we'll start. So first of all, we've got Councillor Cole, followed with Councillor Keats.
Thank you, Chairman. This application's been a long time in the cooking. It's changed following pressures from planners, and resulting compromise is strongly supported by Hungerford Town Council. At the time of the original call-in, it was being suggested by the planning officer that this was to be an HMO. It is agreed that this was never correct. There's a real need here. A long-standing member of our community running a farm that's a horse business offers riding for special needs twice a week, university and school placements, and Duke of Edinburgh Award volunteering. She wants her son and his family to move in with her. She also wants to retain some measure of independence for as long as possible. This way she would be looked after as she gets older. Her son's family includes an 18-year-old daughter with Downs, who would remain a long-term resident, Again, that's good for the community to see a Downs person looked after within the family. The family is looking after the land. Bill Ackworth, her late husband, planted a lot of trees. Next generation's doing the same already. The planners in that document talk about this being private benefit. There are public benefits here that justify this application. We should enable this sort of family living. To say that there are limited social benefits to the family, providing this additional accommodation to serve their domestic needs, is simply not correct in our modern world. I get the conservation bit. After all, I was the heritage champion of this council for several years. We have a building that has been extended several times over 300 or 400 years. Needs repair, in particular the big cat slide roof at the back needs re-roofing. Current covering not very nice, mix of clay and concrete tiles. Other buildings within the curtilage of the listed building need repair. From the heritage point of view, we want to see someone take this on and deal with it. The keys, as we understood it on the site visit, were the size of the extension. Well, quoting from Natasha's email of the 17th of June, the proposed extension is considered to incur a low level of less than substantial harm to the significance of the listed building. In the document 617, it says, finally, the concern of cumulative impact arises from the further addition of built form to this once modest cottage. Like many of our buildings, it was once a modest cottage. That bird flew when planners of the 1980s permitted a not very nice extension. Then we have retaining the visibility of the cat slide roof. The cat slide roof is currently visible from a field, but the public does not have access to that field. The footpath nearby was very little affected. Cat slide, re-roofed with proper clay tiles instead of that current mix, will still be visible. And extant planning permission that would permit a large dormer window that would actually ruin a cat slide roof. Our planners on site appeared not to want to remove it, that permission, but this application would make that permission pointless. Jerry.
Thank you, James. Mr. Chairman and councillors, I would like to emphasise that the plan provided would deliver a family home matching specific and complex welfare needs, whilst protecting the existing building fabric and particularly the cat slide roof. In terms of the points raised in objection, the view of a roof from one angle must surely come way behind the overriding priorities at play within this application. Regarding the requirement for an extension to be subservient to the original dwelling is a challenge that we believe has been answered with the provision of a connecting corridor clearly demarcating old and new. The design does not attempt to detract or out-trump the original building and is a sympathetic functional design of minimal volume to meet the needs in the smallest feasible footprint. This application is not like previous ones heard today and forms an extremely low level of harm to the building character. I implore the committee to vote against the refusal to planning consent and vote to pass this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from councillors? No, you're done. Can I therefore ask the applicant and the agent to take the stand? And to remind you, you've got 5 minutes and I'll let you know when it's 4 minutes.
Living on the farm would allow me to successfully manage the farm business and at the same time look after my mother, who's 79, 80 end of this week, and currently lives alone in the farmhouse. She's increasingly at risk of tumbles and the family are concerned she's kept under watchful eye. To do this, we require straightforward accommodation, which is self-contained for my wife and I, my daughter Bella, who has Down syndrome. That's half the family. We have another half who will be living with mum in the main part of the house. She needs constant supervision, for example, continual prompts to get her ready for school. The extension has been designed to be as small as it can to give us the bedroom accommodation we need upstairs within the lower eaves and an open plan kitchen diner big enough for our family of 5 to eat and socialise together on the ground floor. We've opted not to build a long dormer window along the rear cat slide roof, so the original character can be retained. Having read the planner's reasons for proposing refusal, I realise I need to further clarify the social and economic case for making the family farm viable and to preserve the many public goods it supports. The farmhouse is the hub of every family farm. The only chance we have of keeping a viable family farm requires that we keep costs to a minimum, invest any profit we generate into the farm, and share common space while ensuring it is livable for us all. Contrary to the conclusions of the planning officer, and with respect, there is considerable public benefit resulting directly or indirectly from successful continuation of our small rural enterprise. That is the primary purpose of this proposal. Little Hidden Farm expressly sets out to contribute to the national and local initiatives relating to nature recovery, tackling climate change, providing green infrastructure for recreation, which are all strategic objectives of the West Berks Core Strategy, as well as food production. The extension also helps to meet the housing needs of 3 generations in the same dwelling, including the elderly and special needs. The riding school offers 4 sessions a week for special needs clients, and we employ special needs adults too. We've actively engaged and contribute to the local nature recovery strategy, and very recently initiated the process to register parts of the farm, additional parts of the farm, as a second local wildlife site with the Thames Valley Environment Record Centre. In collaboration with BBAT, North Wessex Downs Natural Landscape, and BioCap, who are all members of your Natural Solutions Partnership, we have been working to create a habitat bank that can help Council meet its biodiversity net gain obligations. Our extensive tree planting is helping to mitigate climate change through carbon storage. We're progressing with other plans also. There's a need for West Berks Council to encourage small farms like ours to facilitate local provision of all these public goods. The farm economics are on a knife edge. If we cannot find a way to live and work at Little Hidden Farm viably, it's likely to be sold. The continued provision of public goods it provides are at the mercy of a new buyer, with no guarantee that they would want to sustain them. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. With reference to the concerns that the planning officer has in relation to the volume of the extension, I'd like to reiterate to the committee that post 1948, the total additional volume of the 20th century and the newly proposed extension would actually be 62%. And this is not unusual for a busy farm where development is driven by the need to sustain a healthy business. I think it needs to be stated again that the ridge height of the proposal is 1.6 metres below the ridge height of the existing farmhouse. The extension will thus remain subservient to the original dwelling in line with policy C6. As others have stated, the rear catslide roof will remain uncovered with its character fully retained. We believe its visual prominence will not be reduced by the proposal. We would put to the committee members what their considered opinion is as to whether the clear and significant public benefits being derived from the future of Little Hidden Farm and the wider rural economy do not outweigh the theoretical small amount of harm created by a carefully designed domestic extension to a property that has been the subject of harmful alterations in the past, but which would not be harmed by this proposal. Aside from the personal needs of the Ackworth family, if this accommodation cannot be provided, then the future of the farm in its present vital role is in serious doubt. Public benefit is significant. Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions from members? You've got off lightly. Is Dennis joining us?
No.
I assume therefore, Councillor Vickers, that you are going to represent your other 2 colleagues.
Yes, Chairman, I believe I am representing my other 2 colleagues. I submitted this member call-in before there was a case officer back in December. Before going on leave, I thought, well, before I forget, and the deadline is just after I get back, let's get the call-in in. There was, at that stage, As I say, no case officer and no comment on these conservation aspects. And my concern on first looking at the plans was that there looked to be a potential for subdivision of the property into two separate dwellings. We've heard, however, you know, the circumstances of the applicant, a well-known local family that has for many years provided considerable public benefits to this district and wishes to continue doing so by living on this site, which they can only do by living on this site, have no intention of creating a separate hereditament, use the technical term. And if that should happen at some future date, then that will be a separate application. So that is not my concern. My concern is really, has been already outlined by the applicants and by the town council, far better than I can probably do. I think it's clear that, and I'm grateful that we've been reminded of the many benefits, public benefits, that this family has provided, continues to provide, particularly in a climate and ecological emergency. It's very hard to quantify these, but I think it's quite clear that were we to lose the presence of this family in this farmhouse, we would suffer a loss as a community, as a district, in planning terms. That's just my strong belief. I've taken my children and grandchildren on visits to Little Hidden Farm over the years. And whilst we didn't see beyond the private curtilage at the site visit last week, I'm confident that this part of the North Wessex Down national landscape is as well protected as it could be while the Ackland family owns and occupies it. Now, the officer's report doesn't refer to those significant public benefits we've heard about. And I'd also add that, you know, this family is very lucky that they are able to live together, particularly when they have a very elderly member of the family who wishes to remain a working part of the family business. And unfortunately, a member of the family who's Down syndrome and therefore has special needs to remain with the family. That's very important, as I know from other friends of mine who have an adult member of the family now who they've seen through childhood and are now supporting through their adult life. There would be significant public costs were this family not to remain together, I would suggest, incurred by members of the family living elsewhere, as well as losses to the farm and the landscape that they own now. What more can I say? There seems to be only one reason, and this is a fairly marginal reason, I would say claim to be a fairly balanced recommendation that we're seeing before us, why these two applications should be refused. And that's the building conservation reason, the impact on the listed building. And this is said in 620 on page 81 of our pack to cause less than substantial harm. And we've had that even further reduced in what's being quoted from the Conservation Officer's report, which I hadn't read through in detail, I must admit. On the plans and elevation drawings submitted, it does appear that the extension is over dominant, but on site, I think we could see that from the north and the south in particular, let alone from the eastern front approaches where most people will come to this farmhouse, there will almost never be a public view unless one is invited in as a private visitor, guest, into their garden as we were last week. The extension will be screened from the view by existing built forms and by very substantial vegetation that is already in place. Now, officers conclude that the public benefits are insufficient to outweigh a theoretical harm to a listed farmhouse, which will almost never be experienced by real people. I'm not saying conservation officers aren't real people, but I think I know you know what I mean. So I think there is sufficient evidence. You know, we were told that alternative forms of accommodation within the farm buildings could have been provided. I just can't imagine how any other alternative, which would have to be in a separate building and able to share conveniently the communal areas that keep the family together as a family, could have been provided. At her age and her state of health, Sue Ackland needs to remain where she is if she is to enjoy the company of her wider family and benefit from the on-site care they can provide. So I urge you to support these applications.
Any questions, members, for Councillor Vickers? I'd like to invite members to, if they have any, require any clarification from officers, and again, I'd remind you this is for both applications. Can we then go into the debate? Anyone want to kick off? No. Councillor Foote.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Yes, it's quite interesting because I can understand why the officers have suggested refusal on this because, you know, in conservation terms, it was made clear to me at the site visit that you have to regard the building almost as one would a vulnerable adult or child. You know, it needs protection, and therefore the statutory body, the local planning authority, is, if you like, providing that protection. That's the only thing I would say to support the officer's view. I think we've heard very eloquently from Councillor Cole and from my colleague Councillor Vickers about the many benefits, the social benefits of keeping the family together, the cost benefits to social care, NHS, whatever you care to name, by keeping that family together, the massive benefit to the community for Little Hidden Farm. And our youngest daughter actually took advantage of that some years ago when she was finishing her art degree in London, and she wanted to take some film of horses, and the family very kindly allowed her to do that completely free of charge. They had a wonderful time. It was a pleasure to have a look at the grounds on the site visit. It's fabulous, and long may it continue in the ownership of the Applicant family. And the final thing I would say is it's been made, the point has been made before, that there have been less than attractive additions to the original farmhouse, and my layperson's view is that the proposed plans are certainly not in that league. I think they won't detract at all from the beauty of this dwelling. So I would be quite happy to propose that we reject the officer's position of refusal, and that we accept this planning application. So I'd be happy to propose that we object. This is where it gets confusing. To object to their objection. Can I do that?
You can, but we will need reasons and conditions.
Okay.
And I'll then need a seconder, and I've got two other councillors here that want to.
Yeah, I've talked a little bit, so I'll let my colleagues talk, and then we can maybe come back to conditions, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. But without repeating all the nice words that Councillor Foote said, I just want to add a bit. It would be an irony and a disparity where the officer's recommendation have to be accepted. Then we know that this building, heritage building, will fall into bad state, and it will be in a condition where we will be losing that. And in addition to what's the family's intention of remaining together, we will lose a site, a heritage site, if it's not protected, if it's not taken care of. The site visit was very useful, but presentations here have, from the applicant and from Councillor Vickers, has shown us that what we need to look at as a committee is that the perspective of family needs and vulnerable needs, and that is where needs to be a primary objective of us looking at this application. For me, the preservation aspects come in secondary, to be honest, but I've not seen any evidence where the proposal of this applicant in any way is detriment of this heritage site. So I will be in favor of Councillor Foote's. If he is proposing it, I will happy to second that.
Councillor Dick.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, first of all, whatever our decision is, we have no idea what's going to happen in the future. So I think we set that one side and we look at what we're asked to do. The family issues are very clear. They have good plans, and most of us in the room, sorry, not some of us in the room, are of an age where we've been through this process or facing it in the not too distant future at the other end. So that's all understood. My only concern about that is how much weight should that be given to a planning decision? Because there are and officers may want to respond to that. I think there's been a bit of misunderstanding about what the expression public good means as opposed to benefits to the family. We entrust our officers with guardianship of our national heritage, and they are clear that, and in fact says in the report buried away somewhere, I can't quote it, that clearly this house could have an extension, but they're telling us that in terms of preserving the country's heritage, this is not the right one. This is not the right proposal. So subject to what anyone, particularly officers, might want to say about benefit to the family and public good and how much weight that would have, that's my dilemma for now. Thank you.
Sean? Would you want to answer?
Thank you, Councillor Dick. In terms of benefits, whether they be public benefits or private benefits, in the report we set out that we accept that there are benefits to this proposal, and we state that they're private benefits because it allows the occupant to continue living in that property. So it relates to the ability for the family to continue running in the property, living in the property. So it's not wider public benefits. However, if the members wish to give weight to the benefits of sustaining the rural enterprise on the site and in improvements that are already going across the site, then members are entitled, it's a planning judgment, and members can place weight on that because there's limited public benefits. Most of the benefits are private. We've given very limited weight to the public benefit, but members are entitled to give a different level of weight in their decision making.
Councillor Ferguson.
Chairman, yes, I think that is the nub of the point. It's not so much that the building will, if the family doesn't occupy it and doesn't continue with the business, that the building will fall into disrepair. I'm sure on the open market, somebody would lap it up and probably care for the building quite well. Whether they would care for the rest of the landholding is a very different matter. And I think it is the future of the whole enterprise that this family has supported over many decades that we should be concerned about. And that is where the public benefit lies. And I think it should be considerable weight because I think it's very, very unlikely. I know we don't know what will happen in the future, but we've heard from the applicant that really the economics of the business relies on them being able to live within their property. And I think the property relies on the family to sustain the business. So those two put together, I think, mean that we do give substantial weight to the fact that this application enables the family to live together as a single unit, operating as a family, running a family business in a way which, in a climate and ecological emergency, is of very considerable public benefit to us and accords with our wider policies.
I seem to have allowed questions to merge with debate, for which apologies.
So I think what I've said, I hope will give you the reasons why we should go against officers' recommendations, because we do give substantial weight to the public benefits that I've just tried to describe and which the applicant himself described pretty well, I thought.
So can we have a proposal and a seconder? We need conditions and reasons, I think, don't we?
Yes, we do. And if the members, the proposal I take is to, again, reject officer's recommendation. Members happy to defer the conditions to officers.
No. That's agreed, I think. And the reasons do we need?
No, we just need the conditions. And if you're happy to delegate that to us, the conditions will have reasons attached to them.
Okay, we'll go straight to the vote in that case. Can I remind you, there's two separate votes to be taken. The first one is on the planning consent. Those in favour? Hang on.
In favour of consent?
No, but the current recommendation is officer's refusal. No, I'm sorry, I've got that wrong. Back to where we were. The process opened. Exactly.
Yeah, sorry.
Those in favour? Yep.
Okay, so.
Everyone all right?
Okay.
And I will abstain. Then the list of building consent.
Can I just double check with that one, because it's a separate proposal, that members are happy to defer conditions again to the listed building consent to officers?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And a seconder? All in favour?
In favour of allowing the listed building consent, I think, yes.
Exactly. Why do I always get the complicated one? Right, so we've, that's unanimous, apart from abstention from being on both. So how can I get this right? The proposal from the officers is refused and planning permission has been granted.
Conditions delegates.
Conditions would be delegated to officers and reasons for officers.
Yes, and the listed building consent.
Twice.
Yeah, okay. In that case, I think we've completed the business, amazingly. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, we've done that. Can I ask you to remain in the Zoom meeting until the host has confirmed that the live stream has been stopped? And thank you for attending.